Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the stream, twitch.tv/Buena. Thank you so much for being here. Hope y'all had a great day so far. Today is Monday, June 14th. It's kind of hard to believe we're already halfway through June. Seems like it was just April. I don't even know. Time is just like flying by. Seems like we just got here, man. In 2021 and it's flying by already. But yeah, I hope you all are having a great day so far. On this wonderful Tuesday afternoon. It is about 4:46 p.m. Eastern. We're a little late. I want to make sure that I get a good stream going. So we're going to kick things off just by 3D printing and chit-chatting. Have you guys seen Chaos? I'm looking for chaos. Are you Chaos? I heard Chaos was here. I'm going to find Chaos and then I'm going to kill Chaos. I saw that late last night. I was like, what? That was my exact reaction. I was like, what? So yeah, the Team Ninja Square Enix collab looks kind of weird. Looks a little bit weird. Looks a little bit strange. I actually don't know what in the world. Like, I looked at the trailer. I was like, they could have did that a little bit different. And it seemed very, very stale that the guy just kept asking for chaos. Like, I must find chaos. I'm like, okay, I get it. Are you chaos? No. I must kill chaos. Okay. They just kept saying that over and over again. I'm like, dude, what is going on here? But I pretty much missed everything yesterday. I was sleeping. I needed to rest. So I was like, whatevs. I was going to try to get up and do some stuff, but when I woke up, everything had already started. I was like, well, GG's. I guess I'm not watching it. I am printing, this is a Mandalorian bust. Supportless. Can't do any supports because when I was taking off, see the little band-aid? When I was taking off the Goku supports, I kind of cut my finger because they were hard to take off. Whew. That Goku hair was something else. But it turned out okay. You can check out my Instagram, it's up there. Goku came out pretty good. Yeah, Goku came out pretty good, but man, did I pay for taking those supports off. Namely around his hair. Oh. They were all stuck in the cracks and crevices. But Goku came out good. I liked it. 2B came out okay too. Batman and Vault Boy were alright as well. I think I still got some cleanup to do on him though. Little bits and pieces here and there, but I'm away from my finger heals a little bit before we do that. Yeah, Goku was 19 hours. Yeah. Goku was 19 hours. I printed Goku, the stick, and the base all at the same time. Well, what we're printing now is this one. This is a Mandalorian bust. That's what we're printing right now. Again, I was going for support free stuff today. I was printing this Diva, but then it fell over. I know why. It got to like right here, and then it tipped over, and on the mini. The MK3S shakes a little bit. It shakes the table a little bit, so I think the vibration made it fall over. So I might have to. I don't know. I'll just print it separate because it was looking fine, but then it just tipped over, and I was like, "What happened?" But we're gonna be printing that later. But this is the Mandalorian we're printing now. Do I keep track of how many prints? No, I don't. It's a lot. That's the number I write down. A lot. I'm probably printing more than your average person. Not a lot of people print something every single day, so. In some cases, I'm printing multiple things, so it's a lot. There's a lot of little things here. I went through all of my charcoal black filament. It was a sad day. My Polyterra is now gone. I posted it in Discord. Pure sadness. I'm not even going to try to print anything with that. That's not enough to do anything, really. The spool is empty. Did well, though. That's the first spool I've emptied, though. All the other spools aren't empty yet. That's the first one I emptied. I was actually kind of curious as to what, like how to handle that. Because I was like, I don't want to start something and it just fails midway because I ran out of filament. And I looked at this and I was like, oh, okay. I can just stop now. Because I don't want to have to deal with that situation. I can keep that around for like cold pulls or something. Just like take it off the spool and then let's wrap it up or something. It'll get some use. I'm not throwing it in the trash. Like not like that though. Alright, Jolly, welcome. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, we're printing Mandalorian now. You said there's something with Capcom later today. I might watch it. I just haven't been all that enthused this year about E3. I think Summer Game Fest put me off the whole thing. And based on what the feedback I heard from yesterday, I didn't miss very much. So, and just over the years, I mean, I used to cover this stuff a lot and have fun with it, but like over the years, I've been getting less enthused, and there's been less people watching. Oh, there's nothing today on Twitch Gaming. So if it's not here, I can't watch it because this is the only stuff that's somewhat approved for DMCA. So there's nothing today. Nintendo Direct is tomorrow. Nothing on Twitch Gaming. So I won't be restreaming anything that's not there. For fear of DMCA. I missed Chaos. I didn't miss Chaos. I saw Chaos. I'm going to kill Chaos. Are you Chaos? I heard Chaos was here. I'm going to kill him. Chaos. I posted a funny meme today. It said how the guy looks like he's from Praetorium. I had to post this in there. Look at this. That cracked me up. That cracked me up. It sure did. Hey Stella, welcome. No Final Fantasy 16 at E3 sadness. Yeah. They told us it wasn't going to be there, but we still were disappointed. Just give me the 2042 beta, all I want. 2042, it's a good trailer, but I'm not all that hyped about it yet until I get my hands on it, you know? Because, you know, last Battlefields looked okay from the trailers and the gameplay stuff, and just tempering my expectations. If it's anything like Battlefront, then I'm sold. Like, if it's Battlefront with just different guns, I'm sold. Because I like Battlefront. Did I see the Top Gun jets for Flight Sim? Yeah, I did. I couldn't believe it, but I saw it. I actually couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Top Gun? And then I remember the movies coming out. I remember the movies coming out, and I was like, oh. Okay. But I did watch the Battlefield gameplay reveal. I watched the Starfield trailer. Well, teaser. Actually, let me show you. Well, I can just look at what I saw. Yeah, so what did I see? This is stuff from the day, actually, I think. I did see the Halo stuff. I was planning to watch that. I haven't watched the Halo stuff yet. I can't watch it now, by the way. So we're not clicking on any of this on stream. For the future game stuff, I saw that Enlisted was here. I watched that. What else did I watch? Just a PC gaming show. I was gonna watch the Ixion, but I never watched it. I had it up and I got sidetracked on something. And I never watched it. Limit Escape when I saw, because I'm gonna be playing that. But like I said, this is like nothing new. And of course, I saw the First Soldier, the mobile game, and also the Pixel remaster thing, the Guardians of the Galaxy thing, Near Reincarnation. A lot of these were really short, though. And of course, Chaos. Oh, I watched the Final Fantasy Brave Exvius 5th anniversary too, because I am interested in that. Flight Sim with the Xbox release, which that's going to be interesting to see. That's actually going to be interesting to see, like how it plays on that hardware. Is it gonna chug, or is it gonna be at least 30 FPS? If they can manage to squeeze out 30 frames, 4K 30 frames, I will be impressed. Oh, I looked at the Fallout 76 trailer, the Pit. I didn't watch the Steel Rain one, but I watched the Pit one. I was like, wow, that looks cool. Am I gonna have to reinstall Fallout 76? And then I remembered, I was like, every time I get a itch to play Fallout 76, I remember that I need the little service. Fallout First. Yeah, I have to have Fallout First. Because I can't play that game without Fallout First now. I have to have it. It's like, if I don't have it, I'm gonna stop playing in an hour. Battlefield 2042, I saw that. I didn't watch Naraka Blade Point, but I was interested in that game. Stalker 2 I need to watch. I think that was most of what was yesterday, right? I think all this was the day before. Yeah. So I watched quite a bit. I watched like probably 5 or 6 trailers, and I plan to watch like another 3 more. But overall, I just wasn't super excited. Like it's hard for me to just, if I'm not excited, I can't hide it. I know it's like the opposite of the song, but it's like if I'm not excited, you're gonna know. And this year just wasn't all that exciting. I think I'm probably kind of over this whole E3 thing. You know, it's like I get hyped when I just see a random announcement for something. I'm like, wow, that looks cool. But then you go to a show and you get bombarded with all this stuff you don't want to see, and maybe 1 or 2 things that you might want to play. And it's like, ugh, I wasted so much time watching that. I think I'm getting older and I'm getting over it. I think that's what's going on. Especially when they're like turning them into like productions like award shows with like music and singing and pointless interviews. It's like I'm over it. I'm just It could have been my mood too. Maybe I wasn't in the right mindset to take it in. But tomorrow, Nintendo's expected to announce the new Nintendo Switch. People are breaking out their credit cards already. I must have the new thing that's already the old thing, so I can play Animal Crossing on a bigger screen. The only way I'll get a new Switch is if they say, hey, Buona, we'll give you a new Switch for free. All you gotta do is say yes. For real. That's all they gotta do. I'd be like, yes. Okay. But as it stands, I'm happy with the one I have. Though I don't play it as much as I need to. Like, I'm behind the Monster Hunter. My Animal Crossing villagers are giving me the side eye. Every time I walk by them, they're just like... give me that side eye. Oh, I got contacted by the devs today from Lawnmower Simulator. I might be able to get an early copy of that. But I don't know if I can stream it. I'm excited about that game. Matter of fact, I didn't reply. I just got it like not too long ago. I'm gonna reply one word. Yes! Actually, I replied with 3 yeses. Lawnmower Sim, man. Heck yeah. For real? For realsies. But I don't think I'll be allowed to stream it. Because it'll be an early build. And people... what the heck? Oh! One person is streaming it. Oh, no, they're not. They're actually... oh, they're actually cutting grass in real life. And they're under the lawn mowing simulator category. But they're not doing that. That makes sense. Oh man, dude, I've been really interested in this whole WoW versus Final Fantasy thing, man. I've been caught up in it. I've been learning, and the fascinating thing about it is that I've been learning about stuff in WoW that I didn't know about. It ain't got nothing to do with like the comparison that interests me. It's more about the stuff that's I'm learning that WoW is doing that are making people not happy. I had no clue. I had no idea. Because, you know, I don't play the game. So it makes sense. And I was like, man. It's so fascinating. And the Asmodon stuff is just like drama surrounding it. You know, it's not really that big a deal. But I've been mainly watching... I watched Asmo's reaction to the video I've showed on here. Are we gonna be a React Andy stream today? With Bellular. He reacted to Bellular's stream about how WoW needs to take their competition more seriously. And that was a very interesting video because Asmo says some good stuff in between a lot of the, you know, him trolling this chat and stuff. He he was saying some really good stuff. Time gating, taking stuff away that took years of time to get, and on and on. Yeah, it's kind of strange that I was hearing about the story was like they trickle a new story and they're focusing on systems that nobody uses or nobody cares about. Yeah, watch this video. Let me show you the video link. Why do I see Asmon's reaction to his video and I don't even see his video?
No.
Did he link the video here? There it is. Oh, actually, the title's like "No King Rules Forever."
Right then, when we talk about World of Warcraft, right, we usually talk about it in a bit of a bubble, don't we? Because we talk about what is WoW doing right, what is WoW doing wrong, how are we, the players, reacting, and so on and so forth, off in our own little bubble, in our own little corner of the internet. But what, as a community, we rarely address is how external factors impact World of Warcraft. How the world and the other games in it threaten or inspire World of Warcraft. Because we're in a time where even though COVID drove people to gaming, Blizzard still lost monthly active users. So I'm here to say this. Blizzard have got to stop ignoring their competition. And with today's sponsor, nordvpn.com/BellyerGaming,
Rip.
the link down below, you'll get a huge discount and the first month free. So, Nord, thanks for sponsoring. Let's go. Let's get into this whole big can of worms.
This is the fascinating part right here. Like, this is stuff I didn't know.
World of Warcraft is at one of the most critical points in its history. I really do think that. Since Wrath of the Lich King, expansions have been on a tick-tock cycle, right? For every expansion that has been super well received and has restored people's faith in the game, one has followed up that has in some way tanked WoW's reputation amongst the wider community. Of course, BFA was that talk. Shadowlands should have been another tick. You know, the expansion that would right the wrongs of Battle for Azeroth and restore World of Warcraft to the heights of Legion. So far, that's not happened. It has not. And it's not looking that likely, is it? A second talk, to carry the analogy, it might be more than WoW can actually take. That's the fear. Because if patch 9.1 and 9.2 don't provide proof of a change in direction, what's going to happen is that Blizzard will find that they have burnt a lot of bridges, that a lot of goodwill will be gone by the time 10.0 rolls around. Right now, Final Fantasy XIV is actively dunking on World of Warcraft. Names in the WoW community are actually engaging.
By the way, I watched this video with Preach Gaming. He was trying to decipher Titania Extreme. A WoW Mythic Raider tries to make sense of an extreme trial, and it was funny. I gotta say, it was funny because he didn't have a clue. He never played it, never watched the game, and he had to try to make sense of what was going on. And it was fun to watch. But he was actually, after he got through all of the effect puke on the screen, because the person who recorded this, they didn't turn down their effects, so all you saw was crap everywhere. After he got through that and learned the UI a little bit, he was able to kind of to decipher it. That was actually a good video. Actually a good video. I recommend it. Preach Gaming did that. They lost the recipe, all the talent left. I did hear about the brain drain. Which to me is a big deal. It's kind of a big deal when the talent leaves and all the, you know, the old guard. The old guard leaving I didn't think that was going to kill the game or kill the company, because usually the transition process for smart people, the transition process kind of takes care of that. And the next generation usually takes the reins. But in this case, we're seeing a little bit of an anomaly with that. We're seeing like the old guard leaving and a little bit of disarray going on. And that could be due to COVID. You know, the working from home stuff, which you know how I feel about that. I don't when somebody blames COVID on something, I don't really buy it, especially in the software industry. Because the software industry is built to be remote. It has been for many, many years. Like, I work with people from Singapore, India, China, Japan all the time on projects, and we didn't skip a beat. So I don't buy what people say you can't work remotely with COVID. But, you know, I digress. So it could have been that. It really could have been that. It could the brain drain thing could have been, you know, hampered by, you know, Blizzard having to work from home, but, you know.
That game now, and if they aren't asking about the game, they're playing it. Loads of us are. Even some of us are doing sponsored streams, and that shows a degree of community targeting from Squeenix. Right, of course, when Blizzard is busy spending their time jamming their feet in their mouth over controversial public test realm changes, worries over Classic, the Burning Crusade monetization, and lots more. And while that's going on, Square Enix are basically moving in for the kill, with a new expansion trailer, a 60% discount to their entire game, that comes with 30 days of game time.
That's over, by the way.
Their recent, extremely successful,
that sale's gone.
Shockingly emotional FanFest. They have got a veritable army of happy players who are proudly inviting other people to join their game. They are actively evangelizing. And it's working.
I should have had this on deck, because now I have to find it. My Discord window's missing. There it is. Chat, where is it? Oh, you know I tweeted it. It's not in Discord. This is us actively evangelizing. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime? Chat, have you heard?
It is working. Blizzard are, of course, used to fighting off competition in the market. They released Classic the Burning Crusade on the same day as Elder Scrolls Online's new expansion. As an example, that's, of course, despite players complaining about it.
I think Bellular convinced them. Like, I watched 2 Asmon reactions to Bellular's videos, and you could see his mind being swayed, like, on the video. You saw it. Because he's been anti-art style, anti-cat girl, whatever you want to call it. And that's why a lot of people don't play Final Fantasy XIV. I understand it, because that's part of the reason why I don't like WoW, because I don't like WoW's art style. So it's kind of reversed for me. And when he watched this video, he watched the video before this, and there was another video he watched. But in this one, when he was going through like the features of Final Fantasy XIV in this video, you can see Asmon kind of get swayed. It's crazy. Ow.
Long enough. They knew people wouldn't like that, but they clearly knew, or at least in their own heads, that ESO had to be fought. back in 2016, they practically murdered, killed the hero shooter Battleborn with the timing of Overwatch's beta. And World of Warcraft patches and release dates have intersected with key Final Fantasy XIV dates in the past, to their benefit. Now, for Blizzard, the shoe could very much be on the other foot. New World is a new MMO coming out in August, and while Amazon are absolutely shooting themselves in the feet at times regarding monetization, there's no small amount of hype for that game, and yes, even from some of the WoW community. We've got Ashes of Creation, another major game for the WoW community. They actually moved their alpha start date away from the Burning Crusades launch. But that's a game with loads of attention from the WoW community. Then, of course, you've got Elder Scrolls Online, which has just slowly been building momentum and adding to the game over many years, with just about everything that I hear recently being pretty positive. There may have been claims of WildStar coming in the past, but none of those WoW killers were successful, right? But none of them came around at the same time that Blizzard, well, acted as badly as they do now. None of them had a Blizzard that was its own worst enemy.
See, that's a great point. And all of this, I think that should be the takeaway, is that the Blizzard of today versus the Blizzard of the past that basically annihilated everybody who had any kind of inkling of trying to take down WoW. Blizzard just smited them down with the hammer of Blizzard. You know, that Blizzard back then and that Blizzard today are not similar. They're very different. There's a different aura and mindset of the Blizzard of today versus the ones that existed back then. I think Asmon said it best. He said the Blizzard of old. I might play that video, but Asmon said the Blizzard of old would take the best parts of other games, copy them, and make them better, and just destroy the other games out of oblivion. It just kept doing that. So every time somebody came out with something innovative, they would copy it, they would make it better, and then everybody would go play WoW. It was like, that's what they did. Right? That was the Blizzard way. The Blizzard of today, you're seeing a lot more remakes. You're seeing a lot more rehashes. Let's take what we have and squeeze more money out of it. We're seeing a lot more of that. And I think somebody asked in another stream I was watching, they asked, they said, you think Blizzard can make another game, a new game? And the guy said, no. No. And I actually believe that. That bot is back with some more bits. Thank you for those bits, Coil Twitch bot. I still don't know what that is, but thank you. And it's like, I don't think they can make a new game. Like, to me, Overwatch 2 is more like an expansion than anything. I don't think it deserves a sequel. And we've got the Diablo 2 stuff coming out. Diablo 4 is a sequel. That's a proper sequel. But if you talk about a new game, like a new IP or a new title, like I don't think we've got anything since Hearthstone, right? I mean, Heroes of the Storm came out, and I think Hearthstone came out after that. And a lot of the people that were involved with that are gone. So I really think the Blizzard of today is very different than the one back then, because they used to destroy competition back then. Yeah.
To the degree that Blizzard right now is its own worst enemy.
And we used to joke all the time that the only WoW killer is going to be WoW. And, you know, no, I don't think that many people disagree with that. It's like WoW would have to kill itself for it to die, because it's too big of a juggernaut to just die on its own.
Look, this is not going to be an emotionally driven takedown of the game, and I do not intend for this to be some sort of unwarranted negativity. But we can't run from what's going on.
I agree with Asmon on
We
this
have to
this
accept reality
cutscene.
and
Why did
deal
she
with it.
dodge?
There is no amount of burying our head in the sands and pretending
I watched
that it's
this
all
like
going to
3
be
times. I was
okay.
like, why
That's
did she just
actually
move
going
out of the
to
way?
help. That will be useful, that will have utility.
Move.
We're going to engage
Block.
with this, what's really happening.
You clearly see a man
There
coming with a
are
sword. You're just
the
going to take it.
concerns that the community has got.
He ain't
with
that fast.
right now. The development team does not seem to care about what players want. I said seem and purpose. Emphasis on seem. Because they obviously do care about what the community wants.
Are you sure? Do they actually care? That's a really legitimate question. You really no, don't say of course they care. The old Blizzard might have cared. For real. You really need to ask yourself that again, Bellular. Of course, no. Of course they care.
Team does not seem to care about what players want. I said seem and purpose. Emphasis on seem. Because they obviously do care about what the community wants. But they're clearly unable to act on it quickly.
I would verify that.
A great example of this is the new customization options that were one of the most hyped things about Shadowlands that were very well received. So seeing all of that after Shadowlands launch, Blizzard then said that they would not be focusing on custom.
So it basically this I was kind of perplexed. I'm like, they just said, all right, we're not going to do that. As a result, new customization options aren't a priority for the team throughout Shadowlands.
Customizations for the foreseeable future. Why not? I mean, seriously, why not? It is what the people wanted. Now, obviously, they wanted that to be an expansion feature, so that's why they did that, and they don't see it as being the perfectly efficient thing to do in terms of allocation of resources. Maybe that's the actual reason, but for the community, that doesn't matter. They got hyped up for a thing, they thought it would continue, Blizzard said no. Another point is that Blizzard don't or cannot.
So did they tell people that they're pushing it, or they just said we're not going to do it? Because he said obviously they want to make it an expansion thing, but did they say that, or did people are just assuming that? 'Cause that's a valid point. It's like, do they want? I don't know. Hey HK, thank you so much for the support with the Prime. Coming back with 46 months, first sub of the day, I think, right? Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate the support, chat. Showing some love if you haven't already.
We do not get blue posts on the public test realm for what things are supposed to be, or how they're supposed to work, or what the developers even...
They specifically said after launch, we're not going to add more character customization in Shadowlands, so they stopped. So what makes you think they're going to add it as an expansion item? I'm talking to Bellular now. Huh.
Intent. If people are offering free labor as testers, at least make use of it. Because the current blue posts that they do put up in the 9.1 PTR are woeful in comparison to what they used to do in the past. As it stands, we don't get anything from Blizzard, actually, overall, that is not passed through corporate public relations, or is delivered by an individual who very much seems like they've been trained for PR. Basically, they rarely feel real. There's then the conduit energy problem. And I bring this up.
Okay, this conduit energy thing is kind of funny.
It does not affect me. Chances are it doesn't affect you. And that is exactly the point.
This thing is kind of funny.
Why does this system take up so much development and community time when it does not matter to the majority of players in the game, and just makes the game worse for those who it does matter to? Remove it or fix it.
I mean, on the surface, it looks like something you see in a mobile game. The conduit energy thing. You know how in mobile games where you have stamina? That's what reminded me. I was like, is this a Clash of Clans? I'm like, what in the world is going on? And I was like, I see why nobody uses it.
Move on. Some people say this doesn't.
And the point he's making in his video is that nobody uses it. It's not really a thing. So why are they spending so much time on it? And that's a good point. They spend a lot of time on it, but nobody's using it.
Impact them. And therefore, it doesn't really matter. That it's not something that's really worth weighting that highly in one's criticisms of Shadowlands. I completely reject that line of thinking. I say that this is a design that is bad in principle, and that the developers are sticking to it is bad. We should be worried about the quality of the World of Warcraft development team's decision-making if they think that Conduit Energy is something that should remain in the game. Even though Conduit Energy doesn't matter to most of us, in principle, there is a big issue here. We need to start talking not about the symptoms of problems. We need to start talking about principles. Moving on, there is the feeling that our time is not respected with World of Warcraft. And it's obvious. Between random conduit upgrades, brutally slow anima gains, and the entire renown system, which of course is them trying to turn obvious time gating.
Boy, do we, for a game genre that revolves around RNG, we really hate RNG. Because the MMORPG genre it's always been surrounded about random drops, right? And randomness and random that. But whenever RNG is like a barrier for something that we really, really want, we really, really hate it. But the whole genre is surrounding it. It's a fascinating thing.
Most games don't do, into some sort of system, even though we can all completely transparently see through what the renown bar actually is. Tell me, from a first principles perspective, why is the narrative content handed out to us piecemeal 20 minutes a week? Could you please tell me a story that's actually best paced in that manner? Are quests content that's supposed to feel like rations? Why does it feel that way? Alt friendliness.
That to me is a big deal. I will go nuts.
Tell me a story that's actually best paced in that manner. Are quests content that's supposed to feel like rations?
Why are they trickling story content like this?
Why does it feel that way? Alt friendliness. That's another thing. We were promised an alt-friendly expansion with Shadowlands, weren't we? But it's not until patch 9.1 that we are getting things like the campaign skips that people obviously would have wanted, transferable soul ash to alts, and a bunch of other issues. I mean, why is the Maw not skippable? The Maw intro. 9.0 launched with a pretty big amount of chores to do for a character to feel relevant. Weekly renown.
Did they promise alt-friendly changes? Or are people just asking for stuff? Is this one of those things where the player wants something and they didn't get it? Or is this something they promise?
The legendary memories, Torghast, the Maw, Stygia farming, the
Both are important. Both are important, don't get me wrong. They promise. Oh, that makes it even worse.
For conduit drops, and the conduit lottery of upgrading them. Overall, playing alts feels like you are fighting against Blizzard to play the game that they have designed and that you are paying for. Blizzard also seem far more interested in solving problems that they see than they are actually making people happy. Now, obviously, problems have got to be solved, but sometimes Blizzard's focus is obvious. We see it with Conduit Energy. We see it with no master loot in a full guild group. And we see
Why won't they put master loot in a pre-made? Did somebody lose a bet?
See it with the wide array of arbitrary restrictions that we feel in the game. The extremely defensive and abrasive design. The most recent example of that, of course, is Keystone Master. It's going to require a lot more work in patch 9.1 because of the new Mythic Plus scoring system. And the easiest way to get score is, of course, to do.
I prefer token systems too. Who said that? We were talking about RNG. Yeah, Azatoman. Yeah, I prefer token systems too. And Final Fantasy XIV tries to do that. But it's almost like you have to play Sudoku upside down. Like the Final Fantasy XIV token system is so freaking convoluted and so hard to, it's getting better, but it's so hard to wrap your head around. They really need to fix it. The principle of it is great, but man, is it confusing. Good grief. Every expansion, it gets a little bit better though. It gets a little bit better, but holy crap. This tome, that tome, this token, this statue, this coin, there's like 500 billion currencies floating around, and you just can't wrap your head around them. So I do like token systems, but Final Fantasy XIV it definitely has some work to do in that area.
And tyrannical. Even though the community largely, and really largely does, despise tyrannical.
What is tyrannical, chat? Somebody explain to me what tyrannical is, because I've heard 7 different content creators say they hate tyrannical. What is tyrannical? Somebody give me a elevator pitch. The answer is that they don't want to have gear funneled to certain players. They feel as if you participate in a raid that you should have equal chance for loot. It's a pre-made. It's I know in Final Fantasy XIV you can see right off the rule set for the group before you even join. It's like I don't understand it. I really don't get it. It really doesn't make any sense. That rule, their reasoning doesn't make sense to me. I'm not talking about you, but their reasoning literally makes no sense for a pre-made. For a pub, yeah. Master loot makes no sense in a pub group, like a queued or what we call it duty finder groups, but you know, your dungeon finder, whatever. If you queued for it, you shouldn't have a master loot in that situation, right? But if you got a pre-made and it has master loot rules, you know what you're getting into. Unless they hide it, you can't see it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, so anybody explain tyrannical yet? Because I don't know what it is. Bosses have 30% more health and damage, and it means inflict up to 50. So it's a harder mode. It's basically harder mode. So you got a dungeon or something, and then tyrannical just makes it harder. They hit harder, and they have more health. So I guess it's equivalent to min-eye level. In Final Fantasy XIV, that's what you guys said. I don't know about tyrannical and how they implemented it, but it sounds like min-eye level. Yeah, I did Greater Rifts. The 30% more health and they hit harder is equivalent to min-eye level. Now everything else may be different, but what you guys just said is, yeah, I'm not talking about bonuses or anything. I'm talking about just the health and the more damage. Because you can go to any fight in Final Fantasy XIV and do min-eye level, it instantly becomes much harder. Instantly becomes much, much harder. And I think a lot of people are attracted to that because it's a big challenge. There's no extra bonuses for it either. So why do people hate it so much?
Dungeon on both fortified and tyrannical.
Isn't it rewards?
Even though the community largely, and really largely does, despise Tyrannical at higher keystone levels, with people widely refusing to play because of how imbalanced Tyrannical feels. What if players don't like our game? Force them to play it for rewards.
Asma said because it's hard. He said because people don't like it because it's hard. And who wants to play something hard where you can get it another way? I think that's what he said.
That is the Blizzard way. Torghast. I mean, it's what's going on. What if players don't like our game? Force them to play it for rewards. That is the Blizzard way.
That hurts. If that's true, that really hurts. that hurts. That's a dagger right there.
Torghast. I mean, it's what's going on here. It's what went on with Torghast.
Torghast. If you don't like our game, force you to play it to get rewards. I mean, Final Fantasy does that a little bit with PvP, right? Some of the best looking armor is PvP armor. Right? And players generally don't like PvP in Final Fantasy, but they try to give you an incentive to do it by giving you really cool looking armor, glam armor. But there's a billion other ways to get some good looking armor as well, so you don't have to do PvP. Oh, Thorghast was going to be a deep dive dungeon or a roguelite dungeon. Oof.
Soul Ash is why Torghast cannot be good. And possibly the most glass-shattering thought, and I think the thing's not discussed enough, the general lack of content in WoW. There is very little...
Alright, this is big. This is big right here. I think this is why people are actually trying Final Fantasy.
Little to do in World of Warcraft that is...
All the other stuff sounds bad, sure, but I think this is the reason right here.
Three pillars of Mythic Plus raiding and PvP. Almost every other type of content has clearly been left by the wayside, and all the rewards are largely locked behind huge world quest grinds instead. It'll be 7 whole months.
So they're only doing 3 pillars. Really only 3 pillars.
Of Mythic Plus raiding and PvP.
Mythic Plus raiding and PvP. And what he's saying and what Asmon was saying, other people are actually agreeing on, is that all other parts of the game are left to wither and die. That's not good.
Almost every other type of content
that's actually very, very bad.
Been left by the wayside, and all the rewards are largely locked behind huge world quest grinds instead. It'll be 7 whole months since Shadowlands has got any content. That's $105.
Chat, come on, man. Combine that with the 3 pillars only being updated to 7 months. Listen, I would be hot. I mean, it kind of reminds me of what happened with Elite Dangerous. But even Elite Dangerous has some minor updates between that 2-year thing. Holy moly. 7 months with nothing on a subscription game? Like, I'm not even gonna compare that to Final Fantasy. I'm just like anything else. If you're paying a subscription and you don't get an update for 7 months, that's way too long. That's way too long. That's actually way, 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 way too long. No, COVID or no COVID. Don't give me that crap. No wonder people are bored and don't know what to do. This drought is abnormal. Yeah. I don't think anybody's saying that this is typical Blizzard. I don't think anybody's saying this is typical Blizzard. This is... Here's the thing. I think Begular said it perfectly. He says Shadowlands was supposed to be the tick. Because BFA, for all intents and purposes, was considered not a success. Opinions aside. And the general consensus is that BFA was not considered a success, so Shadowlands was going to be the tick. It was going to be the thing that redeemed it. And everybody was looking at it as that. It was supposed to be but it hasn't been. With all the problems he's naming and no updates, it hasn't been. So I know why there's a lot of WoW refugees on Twitch now. That right there, that 7 months of no updates would have. I'll be gone just because of that, for real.
Dollars of subscription fee on top of the actual purchase price of the game. That ain't looking like a good deal. Your 6-month sub that came with a mount or whatever will have expired by patch.
But see, here's the thing. If it was great in the first 4 months and they're only updating 3 pillars, that's a problem. If they're only updating Mythic Plus, Raids, and PvP, and you squeeze 4 months out of those 3 pillars, nothing else in the game is actually being updated, that's a problem. Even if they come out with something every 4, 5, or 6 months, if they're not updating any other parts of the game, that's going to continue to happen. People are going to get bored with that. I don't see any other way. That's a huge problem. The 3-pillar thing, coupled with the drought, that's a 2-factor. That's a 2-peat. It's not just one reason. That's 2 things right there. If you're only focusing on one part of the game and then you don't update the game, people are going to leave. They'll probably come back at 9.1. They'll come back at 9.1. But people are going to leave. And if they get hooked on another game, whether it be ESO, whether it be Guild Wars, whether it be Ashes of Creation, whether it be New World, whether it be Final Fantasy XIV, listen, there's not something you can easily recover from just based on goodwill. Because I think in this video, even in the Asmon video, they're going to burn bridges. Nostalgia only has so much of a grip on people. They're going to burn bridges if they keep this up. People are getting tired of this. They got the listen. They can't do that. You can't just update certain parts of the MMO, man. Even I guess somebody said that they listen to the top percentage of their hardcore players too much, and to me, that's how games die. You have to cater to different crowds. You can't just rely on the vocal minority of the top percentage players. You can't do that. Not in the MMO space. You just can't do it. And I feel like they feel that player base is going to carry them through, and but listen, only updating 3 major pillars of the games. I'm not saying they don't touch any other parts of the game, but only focusing on that part of those parts of the game, each expansion, and not really. I think it was Begular, and he was on the podcast with another guy. They were talking about just how goofy the story is. Like, the story just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
9.1's launch. And of course, when 9.1 comes around, they'll almost certainly try to sell you on another 6-month bundle.
I would be mad if I bought this. If I bought a 6-month subscription and the game didn't get update for 7 months, I would be hot. And this is what's going to happen. They're going to announce this 9.1 date, and then they're going to sell you another one of these, is what Begular says, and I agree.
Then you start to think about why there is so little content in World of Warcraft.
That's some Pepsi stuff right there. That's what Steve Jobs was talking about when the marketing team takes over. That right there is some sales and marketing running the company right there. Nah, don't give me any updates. Just wait. We'll just wait. and then we'll sell them on. We'll upsell this 6-month package with the 9.1 patch, and they'll get hyped and they'll come back. Next item on the agenda. That's resolved.
Wasted development time. Case in point, in World of Warcraft. 6-month bundle. Then you start to think about why there is so little content in World of Warcraft. Wasted development time. Case in point, Covenants. They have clearly done more harm than good. Right? I mean, clearly. I think as far as the community is concerned anyway. But think about it this way. You know, between the developers making 4 abilities per class, but people only ever getting to use 1 ability. Them splitting the 9.0 story content.
I don't understand that. This Covenant gives you 4 abilities to choose from, and you can only pick 1. It was like an ultimate or something? Sounds like an ESO a little bit. Very Lost co-host made a good point in regards to how different the company culture is too. You think you'll ever see Bobby Kotick on stage at BlizzCon, but Square Enix CEO takes the stage at FanFest. Yeah, I can agree with that somewhat. It is a culture thing. But I also think that Yoshi P has an enormous amount of respect at Square Enix. I think he's in line to be the next leader. They kiss his feet. And you don't see Square Enix CEOs at Marvel's Avengers event. You don't see them at a Final Fantasy Origins event, right? So it's like Yoshi P is kind of held in a really, really high regard, and I think he's kind of the exception, right? So I think it's a combination of, yeah, there is a better culture. I think he's right on that point. But I think in the case of Yoshi P, the man is, well, he can do no wrong. You can only pick 1 Covenant, therefore locking you out of the other abilities, but you have to make a choice. Why? Why give you 4 abilities and then only let you choose 1? I don't get that. That's some Destiny stuff. For real, that sounds like some Destiny stuff, man. I don't like that crap in MMOs. Because choice matters and is thematic to the Covenant. All right, we'll just toss that in the stupid pile then.
Across 4 alts. In a way that I think didn't really work that well. You know, just because stuff worked good for Legion doesn't mean it's working good now. The same can be said for the Legendaries, or even the Conduits and the Soulbinds. I mean, there are so many Legendaries, Conduits, and Soulbinds, but players actually use very few. Was it worth making all of that? Did all of that iteration, time, and design actually translate into players making more meaningful choices? A meaningful choice may have existed.
He's making a great point here too, man. It's that there seems like Blizzard is focusing on the wrong stuff. That would make me want to leave. Combined with all the other stuff, and you see your developers spend a lot of time on stuff you don't care about, or seemingly nobody cares about, that you know, unless it's like the top tier raiders, like you guys say. That would make me pretty upset.
But if it's not one that players actually took up,
you're like with Frontier, with Elite Dangerous, and we got a roadmap, and they were all focusing on UI changes. Yeah, that made me a little bit mad. That roadmap was like all UI changes, and we're like, hey, the performance sucks, the planets don't work, and the game crashes. But we're going to change the UI. That's exactly what that's how I would take that. You're focusing on the wrong crap. The easy to fix, low-hanging fruit instead of the core issues.
Then it doesn't exist. And just because it exists on paper, well, that doesn't mean anything actually. Is all this effort best served elsewhere? You know, perhaps on content? The most egregious of all of them, though, is the opportunity cost of all of this. All of that wasted time results in other aspects of the game falling short. It genuinely feels like there is a lack of higher concept thinking in the Warcraft team. That they are far too in the weeds to actually solve problems creatively.
I gotta say I agree with that. From my point of view, the newbie point of view, it looks like they're in over their head. It looks like they're in over their head. They really do. And they're clinging to stuff that people don't want for some reason.
The entire Mythic Plus system itself in nature, for example, I mean, the affixes are lazy. They are broadly applied, and the whole thing...
I think it's a brain drain too, Chris. I think the thought leaders who used to solve those issues are no longer there, and the people they brought in to replace them are still ramping up. And that's a real problem. That's not incompetence. That's just a real problem. That if you've got game designers leaving, you've got like creative directors leaving, you've got like all these people who understand the game as a whole leaving, and then you have to replace them with somebody, right? And they got to ramp up to what he was doing, get what he was doing, understand what he was doing, and then try to continue that. That's almost like an impossible task.
Properly. I don't see much effort being put into it. Where is the design? Where is the love, the fun mechanics? Surely we get to have more than just doing the same dungeons again and again and again, but maybe with a seasonal affix. Where's the next level solution that improves the player experience and not just the metrics? I don't know where it is, they don't. Remember how awesome the concept of time walking was? Think about what it's been reduced to. I mean, come on, time walking is lazily scaled.
So what is time walking is just scaling you to your level of content, right? What rewards. Isn't that what time walking is? Okay. So now I kind of understand what he was saying about Final Fantasy XIV is that it's kind of baked into the game. You pretty much, that's like baked in the duty finder.
It's often broken, but it's obviously got so much potential. WoW's turning 17 years old this year, but we're still stuck playing only Shadowlands, instead of, you know, actually having proper ways to engage with the game's whole history and body of content. It's such a shame.
Wait a minute. You're saying that you scaled down, but you have all your abilities.
Deliberately avoided doing the positives thus far, because honestly, the positives are not.
We're gonna toss that in the trash pile.
WoW has got an incredible history, tons of fantastic content, and for many it does remain an engaging experience in the high-end content, and perhaps for the casual dabbling as well, as evidenced, of course, by how many people actually do play it and do come back each expansion. I mean, for me, doing Sanctum of Domination and the lead-up quests, that will be a ton of fun. And you know what? Korthia is actually shaping up fine. Shadowlands with Valor, with its PvP system, with the Great Vault being better than the older Disappointment box, and other changes, you know, it is seriously going in a much better direction. There are huge hopes, but there are also existential problems. In patch 9.1, Season 2 will feel very similar to Season 1 in every way except for Korthia and the new raid. And it just seems like this is just how it is now. It might keep the current players, but it's not going to grab new people or keep those dissatisfied from leaving. There's no end in sight, and if there is, they should tell us how they have a plan to get there, so that we can understand WoW, have faith in it overall as a project. Now, we could go into why it's like this, between management concerns at Activision Blizzard, the brain drain going on at the company, and the age of Blizzard as an entity. But none of that is important today. All that is important is that Blizzard needs to take a step back and reevaluate. Because while they have been trying their best, but faltering unacceptably, their competition has not been doing so. Especially Final Fantasy. So let's go.
Now, that's where I agree. I think ESO and Final Fantasy have been killing it the last few years. They've done nothing but good things. It's rarely a case where you hear about a new thing coming out and everybody hates it with both of those games. Now, the new games that are coming out, like Crowfall and Ashes of Creation and New World, we'll have to see on those. But ESO and Final Fantasy are holding it down. They're doing well, and they're getting new players. They are. And I think that's where this video really is focusing. Is that the competition is outpacing Blizzard in many ways. And you can't ignore that. And they are.
This is the only other MMO that we've got recent experience with on the team. But it's also the one that everyone's talking about right now. We'll leave the story of how Final Fantasy XIV became a talking point so quickly. We'll leave that for another day, and we'll just talk about the game. And to cut a long story short, our World of Warcraft guild has been threatened by FF, because most of them are just enjoying it.
Okay, that's something I have heard on probably 4 or 5 different Twitch channels. 3 different content creators on, maybe more than that, on YouTube, is that their guilds are drying up. That people are leaving. Taking a break, whatever you want to call it. They're leaving and they're going to play something else. Whether it be Final Fantasy, whether it be ESO, whether it be Tarkov, I don't know. But people are leaving. 7 months will do that.
Way more. And this is the case for many, many out there. There's a wave happening right now. While I go through this,
I could have swore we had this wild refugee thing happen before, but it wasn't this drastic. Every talk, yeah, pretty much. We had this happen, right? But I don't think it ever was this drastic because of the way. And he said this in the beginning of the video. The Blizzard of back then and the Blizzard of today are vastly different. Like, it seems like as time goes on, Blizzard keeps changing for the worse. You can see that in their other games too, not just in WoW.
Think about what I just said in the WoW section of this video. These games are very, very different, yes. But the stuff that I'm going to talk about here, this does apply apples to apples as far as player experience goes. Player experience is the key bit. I think the bit Blizzard forgets. Gear is simple. The vast majority of it comes via tokens.
No, it's not. Let me just stop you there. I'm gonna let you finish. But this gear system is the worst system of all time. Listen, all these tokens you gotta track, the stuff you gotta trade in, it's so convoluted and bad. I don't know why he said gear is simple. It's not. He hasn't got to the point. No, it's not simple.
As far as
don't lie to people like that.
Goes. Player experience is the key bit. I think the bit Blizzard forgets.
There's only 3 tokens. Okay, let's count them. Baja silver coins, Baja coins, Baja gold coins, Rowena's tokens, Mowena's tokens. Let's see. Revelation, allegory, poetics. And what's the crap you get when you trade in your old gear, your exotics? That's 9 right there off the top of my head. That's a 9. I haven't even looked at the game. That's just off the top of my head. And then you got the coffers, and you got the statues or whatever you get from extremes and from the trial. It keeps going. It's convoluted, man.
Gear is simple.
No.
It's
It's convoluted.
that you can trade for whatever job gear that you want. You can also buy with currency. Older gear with uncapped currency and newer gear with weekly capped currency.
And I know why they're doing it. It's because the old gear and the new gear, they need a separate system, right? You can't just use one token for everything. But it has to be simpler than what it is. Because a new player coming in, they go to Yulmore and they walk up to that counter, or they go to Idleshire and they walk up to that counter and they go, so what do I do with all these tomestones again? What do I do with, what do I spend my tomes on? That's like the number one question when people hit 50. Like, what do I spend my poetics on? And it's gotten better. It has gotten better. It used to be a lot worse than it is today, but it still is convoluted and bad. What do I do with this? How do I get this? What's this drop? Should I roll on that? What does it mean? Who do I talk to? And there's just so many little things like that it needs to be streamlined even more. They're doing a good job with it. Like putting those NPCs in all the big cities where you can trade in your poetics was a great idea. Because it made getting your poetic gear so much easier and so much straightforward, right? That was a really good idea. They need to keep going down that line. They really need to keep going down that line.
Justice and valor points. Yes, it still works.
I like MMOs that let me craft my gear. Well, you'd like Final Fantasy because catch-up gear is very easy to obtain. It's all crafted. All my gear, all my best gear is crafted that I have right now. Even though I have enough tokens to get what they call log gear in Baja, I have enough to get like maybe 1.5, 2 sets now. But I'm using 510 armor, which is all crafted. So you can craft your own gear and basically do any in-game content you want. Like the difference between 510 and like 535 or whatever the top tier is, you're min-maxing at that point. It's not that huge of a difference. You're basically min-maxing. And some people see that as a drawback.
Crafters who are level 80 and have good gear / skill can make a form of catch-up gear to get you into the current content a little bit quicker.
That's what he's talking about.
The only weekly lockouts
it's expensive,
that exist in FF are on the last released content. So basically, anything that's not
the cheapest option is to farm your gear.
Just farmable. The harder difficulty then drops usable coffers that any job can use.
But the fact that we're using tokens means that there's no RNG really involved that much with gear. When you talk about mounts, when you talk about minions, you talk about like cosmetics, oh, the RNG kicks in hard there. But just gear, if you just need gear, if you play the game, you get the gear. You just amass tokens and you go get the gear you want. It's a really good system. I like it a lot for gear.
Which is basically a bit like old tier tokens, but with no restrictions. And then progression gear is rarely wasted as a result. Also, there's master loot for full pre-mades. So basically, do content, get gear. Very simple. In FF then, alt friendliness is the default, because you can play every job. By the way.
So this is something that I've preferred since Final Fantasy XI, which was one of the reasons why I didn't play WoW, is that one character can do everything. I don't have to roll alts. I hated tracking alts and mules and all that. I couldn't stand that crap. And ever since Final Fantasy XI, one character can do everything. You basically just train your character in multiple disciplines, right? So it's pretty much the epitome of alt-friendly. If people want to talk about alt-friendly, it's probably the most alt-friendly game out there.
The way jobs are analogous to classes, you can play every job on one character. And gear is largely shared across some roles except for weapons. So if you are a ranged DPS, caster, healer, or tank, you can actually use the same gear on any other job in the same role. Melee is restricted due to aesthetic differences, but simply put here, very often, the only barrier to changing up your gameplay by moving into a new spec or class, whatever, it is actually just leveling that job up and playing it. That's it. This game is so goddamn alt-friendly, it's insane. Because it's not really alt-friendliness, it's doing what you want in your character. Now, to say that these aspects of the game respect your time investment, that is putting things lightly. There's no trash in normal raids, and there's only some trash in alliance raids.
I remember way back in the day, somebody complained to me about that. I don't know who it was. Like, where's the trash? Like, you want trash? Trash is a waste of time. You want trash? Go do a dungeon. Just take your. To me, trash is a waste of. It's always been a waste of time in raids. Always has been. Just a waste of freaking time. That's what I loved about trials. That's what I liked about raids. Is that you get right to the point. You spawn and there's the boss. It's like, there you go. And you do a raid, you run for a little bit. There may be a little bit of like starter mobs to get you warmed up, and then you get right to the boss. I never liked trash. In any game that had it, I didn't like it. EverQuest 2, Asheron. The Asherons? Yeah, Asherons, they have trash. Asheron's Call 2. I just never liked trash. Because they were trash.
They're like harder ones. At the same
Guild
time,
Wars 2, yeah.
It's an MMO with tons of stuff to do, so I'm going to repurpose an Asmongold quote here. Final Fantasy is a game that makes you want to waste your time. How? Well, relic weapons that you can upgrade
That's
over
my
an
axe!
expansion via quests. They are proper grinds, but mostly gorgeous appearances.
Yeah, that's what I'm grinding right now. And I said it on stream. Like, I agree with Asmon because I said, I'm actually enjoying this grind. And I have to do 15 deliverums. That's like a 30, 40 minute dungeon. I have to do 15 of them. And I'm enjoying it. It's weird. I think that's the, babe, I think that's the, is that the white mage one? Or that moon makes me think it's a black mage one. He's showing like the resistance to top tier.
Quests. They are
There's the Gunbreaker. That's the black mage one? Okay.
proper grind.
I want that one really bad. I might get that one after I finish my machinist one. That Gunbreaker one is just ridiculous.
But mostly gorgeous appearances. There are hunts, basically elite rare spawns for XP plus endgame rewards. There's then player and guild housing. Here's our free company's house as an example. It's really cool.
You could have skipped the housing. Listen, Final Fantasy XIV housing is a mess. Don't do it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It also plays Nier music, which you can earn from the raid. Cool. There's also gathering and crafting. 11 separate full jobs in total, each with their own gear, rotations.
Highly recommend crafting. Crafting is very rewarding. I agree with him there. Like, I don't know why WoW won't do that. Like, really pump some updates into their crafting stuff. Because apparently they don't, according to you guys. It's like the crafting is like the pillar of like a lot of MMOs.
Design, all that stuff, relic, tools, and quests. There are then usually a few other bits of content per expansion, like the roguelite dungeon crawling Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, the Bosjan Southern Front with its own progression and abilities, and the grindfest that is Eureka, also with its own progression system. There's so much to do. There's also all the character customization with appearances and dies.
I mean, I think at 5.0, or is it 5.0 or 4.0? 5.0, I think, or 5.x. They added relics for crafting classes. Relic weapons. And they added the whole thing with the Ishgard restoration stuff, which pretty much made crafting 10 times better. The Ishgard restoration stuff was so brilliant. I was, oh my gosh. I was like, how could they make this even better? Oh, they found a way.
the fact that you can unlock emotes and hairstyles from events and content, the Gold Saucer Casino that's full of mini-games, and so much more. And I've not even talked...
Listen, WoW needs a cackpot. A weekly cackpot. And fashion report. Yeah, I said it.
About the well over 100 hours of single-player main story quest content, which, by the way, people say is, especially when you get into the expansions, literally the best JRPG.
Don't show me New Game Plus. It just makes me mad.
Decade. There is then the fact that each job has got its
I
own
had high hopes for
lines.
that, man.
There's also how fantastic the raid storylines are. And then there's also how the community love the developers for their openness. And how
Does WoW raids have a story lore that's easy to digest, or do you need to buy books? Can you read walls of text? I know WoW has like the walls of text that explain stuff. Can you read the walls of text and understand the background story on the raids? Or is it just go in there and kill this? Because every Final Fantasy raid tier has like a whole story behind it. You can? Okay. Like this tier, we had the Nier raids and we had the Eden raids. They all have a story behind it. We had Avalis, we had, Crystal Tower, Alexander, Omega, the weapons, which I still haven't done the weapon stuff. Diamond weapon, ruby weapon, all that stuff. And it's based on Final Fantasy lore, which is cool if you know that stuff.
how much fun they actually seem to have during their communications.
That was the best thing
that's
ever.
Most of it. The community actually loves
that was a climax of that right there. I don't think the devs are going to top this. When they broke out this meme here with this guy to a Long Fall song and they started doing it on stage, I was like, they peaked. It's only downhill from here.
Fun they actually seem to have during their communications. I mean, actually, that's most of it. The community actually loves and trusts the developers. And it's no secret why. Also, almost all of the game's content is relevant to the overall experience, both in terms of story and in-game, because of the duty roulettes. Essentially, time walking baked in by default that scales well and offers currency and XP rewards. Square Enix have spent the last 10 years, since Final Fantasy XIV's literal calamity of a launch, building and improving in the game, listening to the players. So that when you log in, you have got 10 years of... So that when you...
This guy has a ton of plugins. He's using XIV launcher. Look at the... I don't know if you guys can't see it all, but on the bottom left, it says all these things are being loaded. These are all plugins in the XIV loader. And he's got like 20 of them. He's using add-ons. That's against TOS. Shh.
Listening to the players. So that when you log in, you have got 10 years of great game to play. Because FF does not throw the old stuff in the bin in the same way that WoW does. And you know what's really funny? The savior of this project, Yoshi P, he forced the developers to play World of Warcraft.
Poor guy.
That's what their homework was when he came in to fix the project. They were playing Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria while they were laying the foundation.
Ugh. Having played Mists of Pandaria, I feel bad for the WoW or the Final Fantasy devs. Oof. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Nasty, nasty. Nasty. I'm back, guys. I got my water. Yeah, I didn't play Mist. I played Draenor and Legion. Oh, Mando's coming out pretty good.
For Final Fantasy XIV's rebirth. And since they've just been keeping the same thing in mind.
Legion got boring for me though.
This is even apparent
but
in the Beast
I mean that's when I decided that WoW wasn't for me.
To old WoW reps, the good ones, with groups of people who clearly advanced with your help through a widening pool of dailies in one area. Like literally like old WoW reps, the good ones.
Like, is there any reason to go back to, like, do people go back and play Legion for any reason other than for any reason? Like, why would you go back to old areas? So I remember we used to do mount farming, but that was it. So what do the new people do? Like, do they have to... Well, I'm just thinking in Final Fantasy terms. Like, if I'm leveling a new class or new job, I need to queue up for Armvale. And nobody's in the queue. Because nobody's doing that content. Like, what do people do? How do they level up? Do they grind boars like Cartman?
Through iteration and making changes for the sake of the player's experience, they have created, I think, the best overall MMO on the market. It really does seem to be that.
Well,
because right now, in terms of the quality of the story, the quality of the writing,
I disagree with that a little bit.
The content cadence, they're beating Blizzard. And it makes me sad to say that. Because it shouldn't be like this. Blizzard have got the company, they've got the resources. Why is it like this? Now, I'll be honest, Final Fantasy XIV is far from perfect, and it is quite heavily weighted on its single-player storytelling, which to some people is a massive turn-off. Look, I don't think that the MDI competitors and world-first Mythic Raiders are going to go to FF14. And you know what? Good, because I actually, to be honest with you, I don't think WoW should be made around the MDI and Mythic rating. Blizzard cares.
Yeah, even Yoshi P admits that story mode dungeons were a mistake. I say story mode dungeons, I'm talking about Castrum and Praetorium. And you can see they haven't made anything like that ever since. They were a mistake. And if they had the resources, they would get rid of them and replace them with something else. But they don't have the resources to do that. But a lot of people don't know this. Okay. Seemed like my light was low. One of the big reasons why... One of the old things that was annoying is that when you were leveling in Final Fantasy, you have a level gap. And be like, okay, to get to the next main story quest, you need to be level 50. And you're level 48. That pretty much is gone. I don't know if people know that or not. When they revamp the story, that pretty much is gone. It's very, very rare that it happens. Where you get to somewhere and you're not the right level to do the next story quest. So now the game is truly play through the story, and when you finish, you'll be a cap. And most times, if you get like the level 15 ring, if you have an earring from a pre-order, if you unlock challenge log, if you do dailies, you're going to be over leveled. You're going to be over leveled. You're guaranteed to be over leveled.
Far too much about that super cutting edge stuff that they've basically forgotten they have the whole rest of the game to develop. FF has not made that mistake. It has not forgotten that. Yes, FF has got its problems too. Tons of them.
Please keep saying that.
Is that there are not problems.
Please keep saying that. I want the WoW people to know. Everybody who plays WoW, who's thinking about trying Final Fantasy, it's not perfect. We complain too. Just like you do. We complain. There are problems. Yes, we complain. WoW raiders usually don't like Final Fantasy rating. Well, it depends on who you're talking about. Because the WoW raiders I've seen, they like Final Fantasy rating. They actually love min-eye level the most, I think. The people I've talked to, they like min-eye level the most. And they really haven't, I don't think a lot of them have got to Ultimate yet, but they like the extremes. I think the thing, it's like a philosophy, right? Final Fantasy rating and dungeons, there's a lot of dancing. I think that's what you WoW guys call it. It's dancing. The floor lights up. You need to get out of the way. Right? And there's a mechanic where you need to stand on this, stand on that. You're dancing. There's a lot of that. And a vast majority of raids and dungeons in Final Fantasy. And I think WoW players generally don't like that. I think that's the difference right there. A big difference. You know, we got a lot of dungeons with ad phases, and you need to kill this first, or you need to stand on this thing, or in order for this thing to become invulnerable, something needs to happen. There's a little mini puzzle somewhere. You know, we have that too, but I think a vast majority of, like, if you go watch a Savage raid, you're going to see crap on the ground everywhere. There's always going to be circles, lines, and you know, you're going to see markers where you need to go for this, go for that. And it's a lot of mechanics. They pack in. What makes it difficult is that you got a ton of mechanics in a short amount of time. It's not the mechanics themselves. The mechanics themselves are generally very easy, but they put so many in there that makes your brain swim. That's what progression is. You got to learn to dance. And poor black mages.
Problems that are deep and existential. WoW's problems are deep and existential. And I don't say this to Duncan.
Black mages have to be they have to master the fights, man. They gotta know where to be beforehand. I like Druid tanks and hunters and WoW. Are there any Final Fantasy classes similar? In role, yes.
Blizzard, I say this because I have heard too
and
many
mechanics
stories
probably
of
not.
abandonment. The amount of people who have jumped.
They can't move and cast? No. We got something called slide casting, where you get to about 80, 85, 90% of your cast, and then you can move. But black mages have to be planted. They have to stay still. Same with all mages have to be standing still. But black mages generally have longer casting times, and a majority of their stuff is not insta-cast. It is slow cast, hard nuke. That is the black mage way. You sit there and you nuke and you nuke. And a lot of black mages, well, they'll sit there and take damage just so they can get their cast off. And say healers adjust. I gotta get my nuke off. I gotta get my fire 4. I gotta get my flare off. And they hit freaking hard, let me tell you. Black mages, it's intoxicating how hard they hit. You see giant numbers. Giant numbers. Final Fantasy combat is all about weaving. People like to focus on the GCD too much, and I think that's a mistake. And you don't get that at level 50. You don't even get that at level 60, I don't think. You don't really see the benefit of weaving until much later. And Final Fantasy's combat is all around animations. So things may seem slow because your character's doing this. You know, they're doing all these animations, right? And it's like, it's not 1, 2, 3. It's more like 1, 6, 2, 4, 3, 6. And then 1, 4, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. It's like, it varies. It's like your key. Then when your off level cooldowns are cooling off, and then your global cooldowns are cooling off. Then you have a little bit of period to think. But the game's designed to where you got to move. And you got to pay attention to the mechanics. So there's an interweaving of you managing your global cooldowns, your off global cooldowns, your utility abilities, and doing the mechanics of the fight. Put together, you're always doing something. There literally is no downtime. You are always doing something. You're either paying attention to the mechanics, you're weaving, or you're doing utility. Now, there's some classes that are more complicated than others, right? But that is Final Fantasy combat, and it's a shift. It's not the same as WoW. It's not. It's not the same as WoW. It's very different. And some people like it, some people don't. But you can't focus on just thinking that it's slow because you're level 45 or level 40, I don't know, Dragoon, and you only got 5 abilities. You only got 6 real abilities. Because that's not in-game combat. Oh, snapshotting. Snapshotting's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It really isn't. It's a mindset that you have to change. If the ability disappear, when the ability disappears, that's when it's going to happen. That's a mindset shift. That's all it is. And it takes some getting used to, right? It takes some getting used to, but that's pretty much all snapshotting is. If a circle appears and then it disappears, the moment it disappears is when it's going to hit. And most times between that period that it hits and your movement, there's very rarely a big time gap. It's like maybe 1 to 2 seconds at the most. Black mages know about it. Yeah, and Kashi's right. Like, I'll jump back. I'll be back in the AoE and not get damaged. Like, the fire will hit me and I won't even get damaged because I moved out of the way to snapshot and then did my gap closer right back to the monster. And it looks cool. So it's like, it's just something, it's a preference and it's something you got to get used to. And if you don't want to get used to it because you don't like it, then that's you. But there's a lot of us who got used to it and are fine with it. Now, let me just say this. Sometimes that lag is a liar. And you miss a snapshot, you still get hit. And then you punch the screen. But that happens. That's just gaming. Sometimes it's like, what? No, I wasn't in that. And, you know. Well, let me tell you, latency has gotten a lot better over the years. It's gotten a lot better. Tons better. Well, S'mores, you played a different game. When you played, the game was much different. Both network-wise, combat-wise, ability-wise, it was different. I know you're not going to try it again. I'm not trying to convince you to try it again, but it was a different game. It was a different game. Oh, you played pre-Shadowbringers. Okay, well, I'll take it back then. If you're really serious about the game, you pretty much get something like WT Fast or No Ping. Yeah, that's what a lot of before they came out with the Oceanic region. A lot of people in the Oceanic region they use No Ping or what WT Fast. Especially if you got something like a machinist, where you got to do a lot of time-based weaving, or Gunbreaker. There's a lot of weaving with Gunbreaker, dude. Having a low ping is really, 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 really frustrating. But each iteration of the game has gotten much better netcode. I tell you what, though, man. What they did to Machinists, what they did to Gunbreaker, if they do that to more classes, I think a lot more people from WoW will come over. That high amount of, I don't know, is Samurai like that? Kashi or Therasol? I haven't leveled my Samurai yet. I think Samurai has a lot of weaving too, right? Those high weaving classes where you got a button mash are really, really satisfying. Not really? Okay. No, they're not East Coast and West Coast servers. They're regional. And I think they're located on the West Coast. Where are the servers in America? For the Americas. And by the way, you can play in any region you want. You can play EU, you can play Japan, you can play anywhere you want. Monk weaves a lot more? Really? I forgot to play Monk.
Ship to Final Fantasy XIV and seemingly never looked back is genuinely shocking. I want WoW to be that good, but Blizzard needs the courage to actually make hard calls. It is time for Blizzard to do what Square Enix did back in 2010, to be honest with themselves about their game and what their decisions are doing to their reputation, and to treat this like the existential company-wide emergency that it absolutely is. Because if not, they're going to be due for.
So if I play what NA server is good, there's regions. When you first download the game, WAPO, there's regions. So you're gonna have North America, and there's gonna be multiple data centers. There's gonna be Aether, there's gonna be Primal, there's gonna be Crystal. So there's a bunch of different data centers, and in those data centers, they all have multiple servers. So it doesn't matter which server you pick in terms of latency. It doesn't matter. Okay, you switch freely between servers. You can visit other servers within your data center. So for example, in Primal, I'm on Leviathan, but somebody may be on Famfret. I could travel to Famfret and do raids with them. A lot of the Duty Finder and dungeons and raids are cross data center. So every time I do a dungeon that I queue for, I'm playing with people on other servers. And what's coming, I think pre 6.0, is that they're going to have cross data center play. So pretty soon we'll be able to play with people from Europe and from Japan, which is going to be pretty cool. I don't know what magic they're going to do for ping, but they're going to enable that ability to do cross data center. And there's limitations. So if I go visit Famfret, like I can't do certain things. Like I think I have market restrictions, and I can't like buy a house. I can't like join a free company on another server. You're basically going to another server just to do content. So you go in there to like play with your friends. That's the main goal of data center, just visiting another server, is to play with your friends. Yeah, your queues are a lot faster because you're queuing with people from other data centers, not just on your server. I say data centers. From servers within your data center. I keep messing that up. Oh, he's talking about the brain drain now.
Up call in a few years. Because not only will it be Final Fantasy XIV clawing at their heels, you'll have ESO. You'll have those other games that are there right now. But you'll also have New World, which is about to come out. And Riot will be coming for them. Riot are doing a big MMO as well. Blizzard may indeed wake up and find that not that many of their 100 million plus users give a shit anymore. If Blizzard take their competition as seriously as they ought to, we will all be happier for it.
Can't say that enough. Blizzard needs to shape up. Makes everybody better.
And Blizzard as well. That is it for today's video. I know this is not a happy, cheery one. We got to be real about what's going on. Blizzard can't keep on fucking up World of Warcraft. Simple as that.
Jeez, man. Family-friendly channel. What are you doing? So, yeah. Make sure, if you have somebody you talk to that says they don't like Final Fantasy XIV, just download the trial anyway. It's possible that you have differing opinions from those people. If they tell you that the combat is slow, try it anyway. If they tell you that the game looks bad, try it anyway. Because honestly, it's the opposite of me. I think WoW looks like I just don't like the way WoW looks. I can play it. I mean, the looks didn't prevent me from playing it completely. It was just boredom that prevented me from playing it completely. But it's like you just gotta play it, man. We're printing Mandalorian. Pharaoh, thank you so much for the tier 1. Chat, showing some love. Appreciate it. Yeah, just try the trial. Just try the trial. And
No king rules forever.
I think you'll come to a better opinion that way. Ooh. New video.
Hi, that's it. We're nearly there for last week's supers. Then we can get into the news.
Nice one.
They said streaming Final Fantasy XIV ruining the experience while learning and why WildStar died.
We've got Shafe, who said, quit WoW roughly a month ago. So done with the game. FF seems quite good. Seeing you talk about it all the time, maybe I'll look into it. That's been the experience of many people, including Asmongold.
Is Riot's MMO anything like Valorant? Big note for me, not paying to look good. It's not out. I don't think anybody knows that. Thank you for being down to earth and having a good stream. Thank you, Pharaoh, for those kind words. Appreciate that. One thought it was boring because he got his first weapon on the first kill easy game. Nah, man. Nah.
I think we will cover that soon, because I think that streaming A Realm Reborn is an exercise in self-flagellation. I think that it will make for a probably not very entertaining stream.
If Asmon streams A Realm Reborn, he won't get past probably 2 days or 2 streams. I'm telling y'all that now. Because drama.
And I think it'll be a shit show. Could be different if it was Shadowbringers, but A Realm Reborn, just to me, that is not streaming content.
Yeah, it's weird. I feel like...
Oh my gosh, Mavis, I keep thinking about you. I go to other channels and everybody keeps telling WoW players not to do side quests. I keep thinking about Mavis, who did all the side quests. I'm like, it's that lore master stuff, man. They got y'all trained. You do it without even thinking. If Asmon gets a few of the streamers to play with, he could last longer. Asmon, he's gonna be on Discord with his buddies, which are WoW players, and they're gonna ridicule him the whole time. That's his channel. That's how his channel is. So But see, here's the thing. His stream is gonna cause at least a third of his viewers to download it. So, and they worship his opinion. That's why he even said that he didn't want to stream it because so many people make a big deal out of it. He's like, I just want to play games,
FF
man.
To people streaming FF to a non-FF community is a terrible idea in general, because you're hurting the game for all those people who'll play it eventually by watching you. So it's a thing where you should never ever do any MSQ at all on stream, and only do actual like end game activities, because the idea of someone wanting to play FF, tuning into a stream, and then having some of the major plot points of like Heavensward spoiled, or some of the major events, that would actually really hurt the experience overall. So it's weird. It's that kind of thing where really narrative-driven single-player games should.
But when you talk about Asmon's community, are they really going to care about a story being spoiled? Because the people you attract are kind of like you, and Asmon said that he doesn't care about story at all. All he cares about is good combat and good progression, which I respect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that kind of a viewpoint on things. He doesn't care about story at all. So I don't think that applies to Asmon at all. That
can be
part.
streamed, and FF for the MSQ falls under that to me.
Yeah. I agree entirely, and I think some of that is just such a problem with, working in games in various different capacities, if that is the thing of a streamer. I mean, imagine being a full-time streamer but loving narrative games.
Yeah.
God damn, that would suck. Because your actual gaming tank will be out of fuel by the time you finished your stream with your stream-friendly game. But how are you even going to be able to properly experience a narrative game with a story? Because you'll be so burnt out from the rest of it.
Yeah.
There was final 2 catch-up questions, both from David Granger, who says, "Hey guys, Diablo 4 manages to create an amazing MMO world experience. Would you like to see Warcraft 4 MMO introduce us to the 5 years before World of Warcraft started or existed alongside WoW?" So I'd say there is Diablo 4. Will it try to double down?
But here's the thing with me. Here's my opinion about that, about racing to the end. To me, I don't really play Final Fantasy for its endgame. The Savage rating, the ultimate raids, the extreme trials. I don't really play Final Fantasy for that stuff. So what WoW focuses on, I don't even enjoy that much. Well, dungeons I enjoy. Dungeons I do enjoy. But like Mythic Plus and PvP, I don't really care about that stuff. That's probably why I don't like WoW that much. Because what you guys see me doing, my end game is doing Baja, doing my relic, leveling alts, or leveling my other jobs, crafting, and making gil. Making cookies. That's what I do the most, man. And I have a lot of fun doing it. And sometimes I lose motivation to do it, and then I'll take a break from the game, but then I'll get the motivation back. And then next thing you know, I'm taking another class of 80, or I'm working on some other, I just recently started the relic thing. The relic thing is kind of new to me, but I did try Eureka at one point. We got pretty far in Eureka, I think. I at least did 2 days of it. And I would do mounts. I would grind mounts. And I would go for transmogs, like you guys call them. I call them glams. And even I would start new characters on other servers. So it's like a lot of the stuff that people try to rush to, I don't even care about that much. And it's just, I think the game is to me, that's a testament that I enjoy it. I enjoy the game for much more than what typical WoW players are looking for in that 3-pillar sense. Not typical WoW players, but like that vocal minority that we were talking about that only cares about Mythic Plus, that cares about dungeons, and they care about PvP. I'm like, I look for other parts of the game that's for my enjoyment.
Group play and stuff like that, so that it can be a shared world game with your friends. Yes. And I think that will soon become a modern definition of an MMO, where people will actually see games like Valheim as being MMO-ish. And that'll be like the bar.
Yeah, you're like, what? How does that make sense? But,
it doesn't make sense, but the way that you play it is with those people in your Discord server, in a group, and you're going through some sort of large world, which, is kind of what MMOs did years ago, and we didn't have as many of those games.
Yeah, that's it. We have moved the goalposts on MMO so hard, Terraria is now an MMO.
That bothers
it's weird,
me.
Like,
because we used to give Guild Wars a hard time for not being an MMO because it had instances. The definition of MMO was so strict back then that it was like, if you don't have a single shard or even a single server, you weren't an MMO. And now, like he's saying, Terraria is an MMO. People call Minecraft an MMO.
It's like I don't fully agree with the phrasing of the question, but I get what he's going for. Now, as for a Warcraft 4, Warcraft 4 will not happen, in my view, as a real-time strategy game.
Yeah.
If it does happen, then I imagine it would be some sort of like character action game, or another format of role-playing game.
Yeah.
But I don't see.
Y'all want to hear a prediction? If Warcraft 4 comes out, it's going to be a mobile game.
Happening because I think World of Warcraft is what's going to carry that one forward. I mean, my personal sort of wet dream is you do a WoW expansion, then Warcraft 4 RTS happens. That kind of sets up the next expansion, but I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted there because I believe we had a small F, but there's nothing on OBS's end here, so no drop frames, no
the F
things,
still
so.
seem to be continuing.
Yeah, I remember they're behind us now, but.
Then
right.
David Granger also said,
Don't you guys have phones? Oh, man. I don't know. It's hard for me to feel bad for. I don't know. It's hard for me to feel bad for people that. I mean, you don't know the whole. I don't know the whole situation, but why would you make the anchor of BlizzCon a mobile game? Like, I would ask that specific question. Is it a good idea to put this as the finale?
love me some WoW and Final Fantasy. I think Blizzard should look at why WildStar failed and compare retail WoW to that formula and adapt.
Yes.
You know what's interesting? I don't really know exactly what the crossover is. In my head with WildStar, or at least why I never got into WildStar is it felt that, you know, they really hammed up Saturday morning cartoon. So to me, I was just like, well, cool, I really take this world that seriously, actually.
Yeah, same.
I must be in an alternate universe. Because I see literally no difference between WildStar and WoW in terms of art style. I literally see zero difference. They're both abstract, cartoony styles. So for him to say that really, really confuses me. I don't know what the lens is. How do people see? Do they see like these giant epic monsters when they look at the WoW? I don't understand it. They literally are the same thing. Oh man, that's like somebody saying I don't like Fortnite art style, but then they'll go play League of Legends. They're abstract cartoons. That's they have emphasis on different. WoW's got the giant shoulders, and freaking WildStar had the giant thighs and the tiny feet. It's just abstract cartoons, and that's why. And Final Fantasy XIV is more realistic, except for Lalafell. That's why we hate them. I really don't understand like what WoW players see in their art style, because I don't see the same thing that they do. Him saying that confirms it. I don't understand how he can say that WildStar looks like Saturday morning cartoon and you play WoW for 15 years. That puzzles me, man.
Well, cool, I really take this world that seriously, actually.
Yeah, same.
I could never. To me, I was just like,
how could you take WoW seriously? Do you know what game you're playing? Does he? Chat. I don't think he knows what game he's playing. I really don't. That's why I think WoW players they have a different lens. They see something else. Like you see somebody with shoulders the size, with a tiny head and a walking cow and all this stuff. And, you know, all these different animals walking around. People call them furries. And these giant feet with these really, really just off scale things, huge shields, gigantic swords. And you go, oh, I'm going to take that seriously. But then you go to WildStar and be like, oh, I can't take that seriously.
Well, cool. I really take this world that seriously, actually.
Yeah, same.
I could never
Same.
take the world of it seriously, which meant I
Yeah.
could never take the fantasy of it that seriously. It just didn't do a good enough job of making me care about where I was. So I think WoW's version of that is don't make the lore and the setting so alien to player expectations that they no longer feel at home in that world. Because basically WildStar...
I think you guys just got nostalgia glasses, like for real. You still see the game. Hey, work the game, just followed them. You guys still see WoW as if you saw it when you were a kid. I think that's what it is. Because I think anybody new coming to WoW, they don't see what you guys see. I really believe that. They don't see what you guys see.
didn't feel like it could ever be a home to me.
Yeah.
Because Saturday morning cartoon, I don't really like sci-fi stuff.
But you play WoW! You talk about Saturday morning cartoon! Like, I don't understand the thinking. I really think they got blinders on. Like, it did. Have you seen your video game, sir?
I do like, but it just didn't come together. So for me, it was nothing to do with the 40-man raiding and WildStar trying to be it was nothing of any of that. It's purely just fantasy and setting didn't mesh for me.
Yeah. Whereas I guess, like, funny you say feel like they could be a home. And I very much have always felt that World of Warcraft. I feel it less with Shadowlands. I felt it perfectly fine every other time we went anywhere. No, we should be.
Because you've been in the game for 15 years. I really believe that. You're looking at it with the same eyes you did when you were 12.
Okay.
Oh, no,
We should be okay. Yeah, I mean...
saved? We good?
I think you might
I think
be
it was
behind
just a lag spike.
Yeah, there's a lag spike. Everything's
Yeah,
fine.
sweet.
Everything's fine now. But, what's I saying? Yeah, home. I think World of Warcraft could felt like a home until Shadowlands because it's... I guess like the narrative framing of it being a different plane, being the death plane, is really cool, but doesn't feel like it's a real place to me.
Yeah.
And like FF's the same, where FF, everywhere I go, I feel like, this is a part of this world. I feel at home in all of these cities. And then when I find a new place, I'm like, oh, it's like going to a town that you've never been before down the road.
Yeah.
It's still part of your, like, the world you inhabit, but it's just a new part with new cool stuff. Where Shadowlands feels a little bit like a fever dream in a sense.
Yeah, I think going with non-contiguous zones was a bit of a mistake. And Shadowlands, it's like we're going to the afterlife. To a lot of people, that just feels like we've jumped the shark.
Yeah.
So they're just not going to feel as at home in that world. It's like, I don't know, like we talked about Lord of the Rings earlier. It's like, I don't know exactly the afterlife in Lord of the Rings. I know that there is one that's different between the elves and the men and stuff, but whatever. But it's like, if you told me, oh, we're going to go to the afterlife of Middle Earth, my reaction would be, please no. Please no.
Yeah.
I really don't want that. Because if I go and meet Eru Iluvatar, who's kind of like, the sort of creator.
Yeah.
It's like if I somehow end up in the void having a little chat with Melkor, I'll be like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? This feels weird. Where am I? Suddenly King Elisar does not feel like an important character because I just had a chat with God, and through that void gate is the ultimate enemy of the universe. Shark shouldn't be jumped.
Yeah, but bit different feeling than here's a couple kobolds, beat them up.
Yeah.
For
I think
sure.
that's, and like I have heard from a lot of people with Shadowlands that it's just that bit. And it's the thing we've long thought about Shadowlands, which is it's way more cool to Blizzard than it is to us. And that's because Blizzard are exploring their own lore, they're having fun doing that, but I think they're not entirely thinking about the player experience. And I think that's because they're so used to being World of Warcraft, being on top, and basically always getting a win.
They're used to being right. It's what we call arrogance.
Yeah, and that's that. I mean,
When somebody, you think you know something, and somebody says you're wrong, you go, know who you talking to?
They got away with a time travel expansion. So surely they can get away with anything.
Yeah.
Pandas then time travel. Sure, we can go to the afterlife. But to players,
That's fair.
it's like the pandas, they still got Warcraft in there. The time travel. The whole point of Warlords of Draenor. Remember all the memes of it being savage?
Yeah.
It was just it doubled down in Warcraft as a metal album cover. That's why people, you know, mashed with the fantasy, even though it was, you know, hopping in the DeLorean and, I mean, not literally mechanically, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, they put a Gorehal in the middle of a taxi, like.
Oh, yeah.
that was metal, like.
Yeah.
That feels like something Chris Metzen had dreamt about as a kid.
That Azeroth choppers.
Yeah, finally got to do it. It's like, fucking, yeah, let's go. But.
Oh, man. So.
Caught up with supers.
We've caught up in
Yeah,
supers.
I suppose we should probably address.
We do have a lot of supers from a very, very generous audience.
Where would WoW go from here? They don't know. I keep saying it, nostalgia will only take you so far. And they're relying on nostalgia, I guess. I don't know. It will only take you so far. Hopefully people, their brains will start to adjust and go, wait a minute. I already played that. Please do not remix what I've already played. Thank you. But it does seem to be working. People seem to want to replay stuff they've already played with a twist. Not me. Like, somebody was talking about Final Fantasy XI Classic. I was like, no. No way. I don't want to do that. I already played that game. It's good memories. Let it stay where it is. Is it bad that I still think Final Fantasy XIV needs a ground-up code? It does. It's got too much crap from 1.0. It does need an update. And then maybe we could have more storage space and better netcode. Yeah, the Final Fantasy XI phone port was going to be interesting, but yeah, I did. That was a while ago, wasn't it? And I could relate, because I almost missed a flight with that freaking game. It was a next level addiction. It really was. I remember I saw it live. He was talking about it and I was cracking up. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Let's go!
I don't know how to rise to that song.
Yeah. Anyone remember the launch, the beginning of Final Fantasy XI? Somebody trained 18 beetles in Crawler's Nest. Run!
Concentrate.
Crawler's Nest. We were just talking about that, huh?
To the front! Get to zone! Oh god, the beetles have been rampaging people at the zone for hours! Back when monsters didn't despawn, big beetles in a place called Crawler's Nest, which is a prime place to level up, were all over the place, but they would train. They would aggro other beetles.
Oh,
and
the
then
trains.
the only way to get rid of them is to run far enough away from them. So what would happen is you'd get a party that...
They would chase you across the entire zone. From zone start to zone end, they would chase you and would not stop.
Grabs a beetle and like pulls it in, and then the party would screw up, and then it would aggro 2 more beetles, and they're dead. And then there'd be like 3 beetles on top of all these dead bodies. But then some guy would try to grab one of those beetles, and it would aggro the rest, and grab 6 more beetles. So you had these super high-level beetles that followed everyone to the very front of the zone. And before, those monsters wouldn't despawn. They would manually...
And then anybody who spawned in, when that happened, would insta-die. I remember going in there and be like, oh, no, dead.
Walk all the way back to their active region. And that shit was far. You'd have to wait like 30 minutes for them to go back. So what would end up happening is like, oh, we're gonna go to Crawler's Nest and level up. Sick. And then you'd load Crawler's Nest from Rowanberry Field, and you'd be like, all right, where do we go? And you're dead. And you're like, what the hell happened? And then the game loads everything, and there's 18 dead bodies at the zone, and there's an actual...
It would be piles of bodies at the start of the zone. Shouting for reses. Oh gosh.
Shit ton of aggroed beetles. Because people keep walking in and the beetles aggro that person and then aggro that person and then aggro that. Because it was a popular place. This was when the game came out.
Oh man.
People had to go there. So you just got...
That's how the dunes was with lizards too. Like you go into dunes and there'd be 3 lizards there and they insta kill you.
Got this death zone. These beetles were just on a rampage. You'd have to wait for some poor level 60 guy to show up and take down all the beetles with a party. Because if the level 60 didn't, you'd have to literally get a GM to get rid of the bugs. It was hilarious, man. It was and you know why it sucked? Because leveling down in Final Fantasy XI was fucking brutal. You lost hours. Hours.
That's what Rain is talking about. Every death, XP loss, and you would just level down.
It's like hours. It was hard enough to get a party and get people together, but when you actually died and didn't get rezzed, you lost so much. You lost an entire...
Yep, and you would unequip your gear because you'd be under level for the gear you have, so you'd be naked.
Like 2 days worth of time. Oh god, the game was harsh, dude. It was crazy. So there would just be moments where it's just like...
See, it's stuff like that. We would laugh at WoW because it was so casual. We used to call WoW casual because we had a masochistic game and they had this happy-go-lucky let me do quest games. And we're like, oh, that's so adorable.
Like, oh, should we go level at Crawler's Nest? Nah, that place has been a death camp for the last 2 days. What? We still can't go into Crawlers? Yeah, no shit. Like some GM hasn't fixed it yet. It would be impossible to go there. It would just, no one's getting the memo. And then there'd be people in Junin, in Juino doing shouts, don't go to Crawler's Nest.
Yeah.
Don't fucking go there. Stop. No one can go there now. And people still go because there's no like server-wide message to be sent. And then you de-leveled and your gear was at level. Oh yeah. Oh god.
There it is,
It
Rain.
gets even worse. You go in, you get killed by a beetle, and then you get res, and then you get killed again, and you still lose a bunch of XP. But here's the problem. In FF11, you died, and you bought new gear, and you had to sell your old gear to get your new gear, because money was not easy to come by in FF11. You couldn't even wear your gear anymore. So now you'd be naked. Your body would be sitting there and you'd be naked.
Yep.
Down to a subgular. And you wouldn't even have gear anymore. So you'd get raised and you'd be gearless and they would just go snap and you'd be immediately dead. You wouldn't even survive 1 hit. You had a bunch of naked dead people because everyone was de-leveling and everyone was stuck at the zone because they just couldn't get out. Until
There'd be a bunch of naked dead people. It's so true, man.
the GM woke up and was like, oh shit, our players literally can't use this place because there's a bunch of pissed off beetles. God, man. Shit was crazy. Game was nuts. I love everything about this. This is Final Fantasy XI drama. Early level drama in a nutshell. And the beetles were tough. Like the level cap was level 60 at the time.
Yeah,
they were still tough. Could a level 60 player take down like 7?
Dude, you can play, there's Final Fantasy XI servers are up. There's even private servers. Like pre-expansion private servers up. Ninja plays it all the time on his channel. We don't need classic. No classic, please.
10 beetles at once? Fuck no, you'd be dead. You'd die. You'd have to get like an alliance to go in there. 18 people. Take out these damn beetles. FF11 stories are... You realize how crazy of a game Final Fantasy XI was when you think about it in retrospect. And no matter how strong you were in 11, there'd always be some buff-ass bunny that could kill you or a crab. Unless you were a Beastmaster, there was no soloing in FF11. You had to form a party.
You had
to get people together. It was the only way to play the game. So when you lost your party, you were just fucked. You're just screwed. Oh yeah, if you were a ranger, you had to buy bullets and arrows. Money was super tight. But I became a multi-millionaire in that game from a couple of lucrative ventures that weren't cheating, that everyone thought I cheated, but I was a thief scan monster. I became so good and so fast at scanning for notorious monsters and getting to them as quickly as possible. My gimmick was I macroed the scan. I was able to pinpoint the enemy listing really fast.
It was you.
And I had a macro for Tanzura, or I actually don't know what they called it in the English version. For what's the thief ability to run fast? It was called Tonzura in the Japanese version. I think it's Flee? It's Flee. Yeah, it's called Flee.
Yeah.
I would macro Flee, and I would also macro a dart. And a dart was just a throwable feather, like a chocobo feather. But the throw time was really short. So in some situations, I can...
Let me tell you how many of these guys I ran to trying to get Leaping Lizzie. These macro, we call them bots, man. It was him.
Get to a monster super fast, like incredibly fast.
Because those who don't know, notorious monsters, they would be random, valuable. They'd be random notorious. They were notorious monsters, and they drop really, really good stuff, and you get rich off of it. But they only spawn in certain time periods. So everybody would sit their spawn spot and try to claim it, because it was one of those systems where first to claim it gets the gear or gets the loot.
And aggro or claim them from a very large distance with this dart and then get to you. Was it legal? Absolutely. I did nothing. I did nothing outside of what the game gave me in game. I did nothing illegal. I was manually scanning for like 5 to 6 hours at a time to become rich. I was manually scanning like that shit 5 days a week to become rich. It was super legit. It was designed that way. I would control the market on a couple of very lucrative and decent and valuable spawns in the game, which was the Valkyrie Emperor. I owned the Valkyrie Emperor. I probably ended up selling over 150 Valkyrie Emperor pins back when they were
I remember those.
sellable. And Leaping Lizzie.
Leaping Lizzie.
I sold probably 50 Leaping Lizzie boots.
Freaking Leaping Lizzie. But it was you!
I was just so familiar with those spawns and where they show up and how to get to them the fastest and how to aggro them the fastest. I made millions off that. And then I became a multi-millionaire in FF11 when I got the pop timing of Lord of Onzozo, who at the time had the most valuable drop in the whole game. It sold for like 3 million gil, 3.5 million gil. And the things from like Lizzie and Emperor were only like, 150k to 200k. I was able to solo or dual box solo.
I want them Lizzie boots so
Lord
bad,
of Onzozo
boy.
with a white mage on dual box on PS2.
Not to sell.
I was on PC with Ninja. I got the pop times of Lord of Onzozo back when it was actually, you could sell the item. The game changed. You can't sell these items anymore. And I got after 3 times of killing them solo, I got the Kraken Club. And I got very lucky because people never see that item. It was like a 3% drop.
Kraken Club is a myth.
Extremely low. I got it on my 3rd try. It was nuts. So
I can't watch this anymore.
I could just afford everything.
Shut up, Max. Nope, can't watch you anymore. This dude got the Kraken Club on his 3rd try. My black mage had to carry like 5 or 6 staffs everywhere he went. Wow. Yep. I remember I had was it a light staff for the white mage and the dark staff and they had the ice, fire, and thunder staff? I barely remember the gear. I do remember the light staff though. I main white mage in Bard. And Bard wasn't an archer, by the way, in 11. So Bard was an actual class with a harp. Or a flute. Yeah, bards were in really high demand because of that MP refresh song. Mage's Ballad. I've really never had issue getting a party. Everybody wanted a bard because you had that uptime. You didn't have to. You just keep pulling. You have to wait for the mages to regen their MP. Excuse me. Brain HP. What was it, B12? Cognizant, citicoline, L-theanine, and lutein. I never heard any of this. Amino acid found in the tea helped improve reaction time and reduce errors while on task. Clinically shown to support attention and focus. Lutein helps filter out the blue light and supports visual perception. This sounds like a scam. They made some tea jelly beans. And they're selling it as brain HP. I don't know. I never heard of this though. Seriously. Take one pouch. Was it like a dip? You got a spit cup? It said take one pouch. On the directions. That's why I was like, I thought it was jelly beans too. So I am going to be playing Final Fantasy later tonight, hopefully, either off stream or on stream, depending on how I feel. And hopefully I'll be able to answer you guys' questions. Those of you trying to play it from WoW, coming from WoW. We'll welcome you with open arms, but I'm going to give you the truth. I'm going to give you the truth. I'm not going to hold back and sugarcoat anything. I love the game, love playing it, but I ain't going to hold back. I will tell you what I think. Obviously, I think it's better than WoW, but... Like, to this day, I try to... Like, I just learned, like, last month that you could exchange crafted gear for some kind of currency. I didn't even know you could do that. It's just the whole gear system. It takes some time to wrap your head around it. I wish it was just intuitive to where you could just look at it and know, but you've got to... You gotta know what you're doing. Because you'll have all this currency, you won't know how to spend it. And you end up making a mistake. It's really easy to buy the wrong thing. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree. It's like the best PvE MMO out right now. That's my opinion. But see, I don't do raiding, and I don't do like hardcore savage / mythic stuff. So you take that with a grain of salt. Some people think that PvE is all about in-game max raids. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think crafting is probably a bigger component than those two. Matter of fact, I think crafting should be more important than raiding in a PvE game. PvE MMORPG, I think. All right, we're gonna do this and then we're gonna take a little break. I need to walk around a little bit. So I'll see you guys in a jiffy. Thanks for watching. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Thank you all for waiting. Yeah, you're starting to see the bottom parts of the Mandalorians. See his little pouches and bullets and whatnot. I really think Asmon won't last long playing Final Fantasy XIV. Not his cup of tea at all. It's just streaming it. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be a detrimental effect more than the game itself. As a streamer, I can kind of, I can definitely relate to what he's gonna go through. Even though I don't have as many viewers as him, they're going to influence his opinion. They're going to influence his opinion. They're going to constantly ridicule him so that he doesn't like it. And they're going to nitpick at every little thing that happens. He's going to end up having to defend the game, and he doesn't want to do that. He just wants to enjoy the game. If he does it off stream, he'll play a lot longer. That's what I think. If he does it off stream, he will play a lot longer than if he does it on stream. I mean, I'm talking from days to weeks, possibly months. That's what a lot of the content creators are telling him to do. They're like, don't play it on stream. I don't think Final Fantasy XIV looks anime at all. I don't understand that concept. It's like one of the more realistic looking MMOs out there. And if you want to talk about anime, let's look at Terra. It doesn't look anime to me at all. Not to me. Terra has exaggerated features, much more exaggerated features than Final Fantasy does. Because look at the Ellen versus the Lalafell. The perfect example. Look at the small races, and tell me which one looks more anime. Like the only thing that looks anime is the Makote because they're cat girls, right? Like if you look at the Elven don't look anime. The humans don't look anime. The monsters don't look anime. They look like Final Fantasy. They don't look anime at all. Yeah, the Rodigan don't look anime. I mean, if we want to talk about animals, you jumping into furry land. That's WoW. But people don't consider WoW to be anime. So it's like, I don't get it. I guess when I look at when I think about anime styles, I don't think about, like, to me, Final Fantasy XIV has a gray palette. It's a very gray game. It's almost like depressing gray. And everything looks very realistic until you get to Lalafell. And maybe the Rogadin, right? Like the Elven, if they were really here, they look like they would look in Final Fantasy. If there was a cat woman, it would kind of look like what's in Final Fantasy. It looks realistic, right? Yeah, Phantasy Star, that's anime. Big time anime, right? Compare that to, it's like, anime is bright colors to me. Brighter colors, not bright, but brighter colors than what we have. Different facial and bodily features. I'm talking about Japanese anime, right? Because anime just means cartoon in Japan, in Japanese. And even though it's a Japanese game, it doesn't. I think they purposely, even Final Fantasy XI didn't remind me of anime. It's like it has its own style. It's a Final Fantasy style. I think 11 and 14 kind of got away from that exaggerated anime style, because there's usually some kind of exaggeration in anime. It's either people are too skinny, they're too plump, their eyes are really big, their heads are really big or small. There's always something exaggerated. The hair is big, something's big or small. That's generally how Japanese anime is, right? With some exceptions. Like I look at Cowboy Bebop, and to me, Cowboy Bebop reminds me of a realistic, more of a realistic thing. You just described me. No, I did. Like Cowboy Bebop does remind me of Final Fantasy. I'll admit that in terms of the characters and how they look. Except Spike is like super skinny. He's like abnormally skinny, and so is Faye. And so is Ed. So it's like they're exaggerated, right? Well, Jujutsu Kaisen, the main character, it kind of reminds me of Bleach. You know, he's got the weird hair, the big eyes, exaggerated anger. He's like really, really over the top. But everybody else seems somewhat normal. Kinda. But they got big eyes too. But when I think about when I play Final Fantasy, I just don't think anime. And I actually like anime. I just don't think anime. It just seems like a realistic MMO. Kind of like whatchamacallit was Rift. It's like a modern day Rift. Rift had a realistic look to it. It wasn't anime at all. And that's how I think 14 is. Yeah, Devil's Courier is they're either too big or not there at all. It's always something exaggerated. It seems like it's just like, well, wow. They got the big feet and the shoulders. They wear a size 30 shoe, and they wear football pads. These giant shoulders and these tiny heads. And big forearms. And there's like the enormous calves, just like these really exaggerated body features. And you compare that to Final Fantasy, it's not exaggerated at all. I mean, it's all art style when you come to think of it, but I don't know. I just never jumped to anime. I'm telling you, if there was no Makote in Final Fantasy, nobody would be screaming anime. They see Cat Girl and they just immediately go anime. I'm telling you. It's a mental thing. I don't know what it is. It's just they see Cat Girl, they go anime. But they got cow people. And pandas. And what else? I mean, it's all fantasy when you talk about it, but still, it's like that's like the pot calling the kettle black, you know. Yeah, goat people, whatever. But it's all fantasy, so don't take it too seriously. I never do. But going back to Asmon, I think he's not gonna like the snapshot combat. Because honestly, pre-40, I hate the combat too. So I know he's not gonna like it, or even appreciate it. I know if I don't like pre-40 combat, I know he ain't gonna like it. And I don't think he's gonna make it to the level 40. Because even when I go back and play level 50 content, man, I'm just like, ugh. I'm missing half my abilities, half my weaves. Combat is so much better at 80, man. It's like when I was grinding, when I was leveling up, Dragoon and what's the other class? Hey, thanks for the bits, Loyal Moses. 333 of them. To be exact. Like them threes. I like that. Thank you, man. When I was leveling Dragoon and Monk, right? It's like, I do that for a while, and then I go to level 80 stuff and do like Delubrium or something. I'm just like, oh man, this is so much better. Or I do a level 80 dungeon. I'm like, oh, this is so much better. Because it's just, the combat just feels so much better at 80. Even at 70. Whoa, Stella! Thank you so much, Stella, for the 5 bomb. Chat, show Stella and Loyal Moses some love. The 333 bits.
Stella 15 gifted a tier 1 sub to Il Wapo.
And 5 gifted subs. Taking us up to 7 out of 10 for today. We're back down to 6. Well, actually, we're over 600 subs again, but we had got over 700 on Saturday.
Stella 15 gifted
but they kind of fell off.
Sub to Kingman 544.
They kind of fell off, but we're getting them back slowly, as usual. The battle of attrition for subs.
Stella 15 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jala 213.
I really wish I'm going to get to the point to where Patreon will be able to support me financially, and then I can use like subs for burritos and filament.
One sub to Gon
Well, for burrito bowls and filament, you know. That's why I want to get to that point. Like subs will be a bonus.
Stella 15 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mark_Sam.
Thank you, Stella, again. Appreciate the support, chat. Show Stella some love if you haven't. Thank you, Stella. Big supporter of the stream. Thank you. Hey, my throat is dry. Oh, you're downloading Final Fantasy. Oh, uppo, nice. If you can get on Primal Data Center and server Leviathan, that's where we are. When I say we, I mean me and Therasol and Mavis. Mavis came back. Kashi's on there too, but he's in a different free company. There's a few of us on Leviathan, but if you can't get on Leviathan or Primal, that's fine. I think I saw Certain Valen. Certain Valen was on there. I think Phasmic was on there too recently. This is a bust of Mandalorian. I injured my finger. So I was taking filament off of this. Let me show you the print that I was cleaning filament off of, and I hurt my finger. Which means I need better tools. Off of this guy. I was taking filament from like off of his hair and in the back, and it wouldn't come off as easily as I would like. So I ended up doing something stupid, and I basically sliced my finger. So I'm printing supportless stuff, so I don't have to deal with supports. Because my finger kind of hurts. But the print came out okay. I'm thinking Scholar or maybe White Mage Healer. Good choices. Oh, I started out as an Arcanist, which can become a Scholar or a Summoner. So if you're going to become a Scholar, look at Arcanist. And that's how I started the game. But I ended up changing. Yeah, Primal is the data center and Leviathan is a server. Because first you have to choose a data center and then a server. Man, housing, I wish we could get a house. I really do. But I did. They got to fix that system before I try that again. Because you have to sit there and spam all day and all night to get a house. And I ain't about that life. Basically, you have to find an empty plot. Which is a challenge in itself, but it's not that bad. You find an empty plot. And you try to buy it. But the way it works is that they only give you a certain amount of time that it's available to buy, and it's not actually available to buy until some random time that you don't even know. So you sit there and keep trying to buy it, hoping that it's available during that time. This is what they did to combat against like bots and automated programs, is that they made the time that is actually available to buy random. It's just they just give you a large time block. So you have to sit there, you have to spam buy during like a 12-hour period. It's pretty bad. Oh, you like pet classes? There you go. You should go Arcanist then. Arcanist, and then you could become a Summoner, which is a dot class. I think that's like Warlock, right, Krez? What's the dot class in WoW? Is it Warlock? Yeah. So Summoner is a pet class that's like a Warlock. So what you do, because Final Fantasy XIV has like a class job system, right? You start off as a base class and then you could get a job at level 30. So if you want to become a Scholar, you start off as Arcanist, and then when you hit level 30, you complete a quest, and boom, you're an Arcanist. I mean, you're a Scholar. Same is true for Summoner. It's a very unique class. No other classes are like this. Arcanists can branch off into 2 different jobs, and they both level simultaneously. So you can be a healer and a DPS at the same time. Not at the same time. You can level both at the same time. It's kind of confusing, but you'll know when you get in the game. So as you leveling your Scholar, your Summoner is also being leveled. All because you started as an Arcanist. Now, if you decide to be a White Mage, you need to start as a Conjurer. So those are the two classes you should look at starting as, Conjurer or Arcanist, and then they can become a white mage or a scholar or a white mage or a summoner. Doesn't that help bots more? I don't know. I just know it doesn't work. I don't know, man. I don't know if the bots give up or what, but maybe they do. Maybe that time they can scan bots and see how they're performing. I don't know. Maybe it gives them time to ban people. Maybe it's a honeypot that we don't know about. It could be a honeypot. So if a bot goes and spams all these API calls or direct packet calls, they can probably detect it over a period of time, maybe. And they ban them. That's my hope, at least, that it is a honeypot. Otherwise, it's kind of depressing. Kind of depressing, a little bit. Oh, man. So if I get to 40 and I hate my class, can I pick another one? Yes. You have to be level 10 before you can switch jobs, right? Chat. I think you have to be a minimum of level 10. It's either 10 or 15. And then after that, you can switch to any job, any class you want. The ones that are available at that level. Because there's some of the classes that came out in expansions that you have to be a certain level to get. But if you decide you want to be a tank, you want to be a DPS, you want to be a mage, once you hit that minimum level, then you can do it. I think it's 10. And then once you do it once, you can switch to your heart's content. You don't have to get 10 on another job to switch. It's just a one-time thing. And you have to do the job quest for that level. Okay. Or class job, whatever you want to call it. And once you complete the 10 job quests, it will say, hey, now you can switch classes. And they'll throw up a tutorial window on how teach you how to switch jobs. Basically, to switch a job, all you have to do is change weapons. Because your weapon dictates what job you are. What class you are. I keep interchanging class and job. It dictates what class you are. And then once you get jobs unlocked, then it's going to be a combination of your weapon and what's called a soul stone. But don't worry about that. Or job stone. Now I'm approaching TMI land. Give you all this extra information. Ba-dum-bum. I finally ran out of the charcoal black from Polyterra. Sad day, but I still got the pink loaded on the I got the pink loaded into the mini now. I had to stop the mini print because the vibrations from the MK3S was causing the mini to shake a little bit. And since the mini print was going to be a tall, slender thing, it fell over once. So, and things never fall off on the Mini. So I think it had to do with the vibrations. So I started doing 2 prints at once today. We're doing 1 because of the shaking of this printer. I could put some glue down or something, but I was like, I'll just wait. Not that important. Concrete paver, yeah, I read about those. I don't know if I'm weird, but I'm glad that the 14 devs don't have to deal with us over the summer. Or, well, they don't have to worry about the patches much of WH Lite. That'd be funny, me hopping in the Uber and then coming back with a giant slab of concrete. I don't think they deliver concrete pavers because they'll be like... they'll be broken. So I'd have to take an Uber and get that. Usually the concrete pavers for these are like, what, 10 bucks? They're not that big. 3 bucks. Here's one at Lowe's for... All right, I'm back. Get additional mass or get a small table. Yeah. I was looking at getting another table anyway. But the concrete pavers would be cheaper. But I had to make a special trip because I can't get that delivered. Which I'm okay with. Because there was an article I read. Because when I first saw the vibrations, I looked this up. And it was article by, what's his name? CNC Kitchen. He was talking about reducing noise, and that's when I first thought about the concrete paver stuff. But did he put the size on here? Because for the MK3S, I'd probably have to measure... 16 by 16. For the MK3S? I thought that was for the Mini.
This slab of concrete is one of the cheapest.
Yep, okay, that's MK3S.
And most efficient upgrades that you can get for your 3D printer. Let me tell you why, and let's get more technical and talk a bit about decoupling and why something springy is not necessarily a damper. We'll take a look at printing noise and how 3D printing quality is affected by different printer bases. Guten Tag everybody, I'm Stefan. And welcome to CNC Kitchen.
How do you feel about Battlefield charging $70 for a multiplayer only game and then possibly charging for season passes? I'm okay with them charging $70, but I'm not okay with them charging $7 and doing season passes. Because really, what they should be doing is like charging $80 and making all the other content free, accounting for inflation and all that. Charge $80 and never charge again. Call it a day.
Raycon with their everyday E25 wireless earbuds sponsored part of this video. Get 15% off your purchase by using the link in the description. I print a lot, and this also means that many of my prints run overnight. Unfortunately, our bedroom is right next to my office in which my main printers usually are. When I got into 3D printing, it was a real pain because the printing noise just kept me from some good night's sleep, so I usually only ran them during the day. A couple of years ago, I started putting cheap pavers below my machines that you can get in many different sizes from the hardware store. You can see them in plenty of my videos, and viewers keep asking what they are and why I use them. What are your favorite cheap and effective printer upgrades? Let us all know in the comments. So why do I use a heavy piece of concrete under my printers? Well,
NordVPN and Squarespace.
Primarily because they reduce the noise level
Raid
of the printer
Shadow
significantly.
Legends.
And the important thing here is that they don't only reduce it in the room in which they are. Even more important, the setup that I use makes the printer way less hearable in the rest of the house. Printing noise has usually two main sources. The first one are the stepper motors, which induce high frequency vibrations. As their name already suggests, they don't run continuously, but in discrete steps. Most motors have a step angle of 1.8 degrees, which means 200 steps per revolution. Stepper motor drivers chop those full steps down into micro steps that make the motion more smooth. Still, it will never be 100% smooth after all. The stepping and the magnetomechanical system that gets excited causes the well-known printing noise of the machines that use, for example, the good old Allegro 4988 drivers. More recent drivers eliminate the problem very well, but there are still some vibrations caused, especially during fast travel moves. The other, lower frequency vibrations emerge during the direction changes, so accelerations that induce forces on the frame and basically shake it. Still, most of the sound isn't actually directly coming from the motors themselves, but from other parts of the printer like the bed or the frame that resonate at those frequencies and emit sound. You probably all know these small music boxes. If you hold them in your hand and turn the crank, they play a song, but not too loud. As soon as you put it on the table, the sound gets highly amplified. And this is also what happens if you have a printer sitting on a desk. The printer itself emits noise, but the table on which it's sitting is basically acting like a big loudspeaker. Even worse, the table transmits the vibrations into the floor and into your house, making even the floor in your bedroom a speaker. I put a microphone on the floor of my bedroom, and once ran the printer directly sitting on the table and on a paver with foam below it. I applied similar amplification on the audio, so that you can hear the difference. To avoid that from happening, we need to decouple the vibrating parts from the resonance bodies. This could already start by using those stepper motor dampers that you put between the motor and the mounting points. What we usually do is to add a couple of rubber feet or felt pads under our printers, though there are also other solutions around, like these 3D printed spring feet, which can be a good start. As you have seen, I especially like to use these cheap concrete pavers because not only do they give me a level surface, they also enable me to put softer materials like foam under the machine. They distribute the load more evenly for better decoupling. You shouldn't put your machine directly on soft materials because not only can they warp the frame, they also might get ineffective because they get totally
Definitely will warp the
squished,
frame.
and a big piece of foam is a potential fire hazard. Though also with the paver, make sure that no wires constantly rub over the rough surface. To find out how the different decoupling solutions work, I set up a small test in which I placed my old Prusa Mark II that still has a bit louder stepper motor drivers on a table with varying media of separation, and then ran a short decode while measuring the noise level. I'll also talk about changes in printing quality with these methods at the end of the video. I always ran the test 3 times and calculated the average peak volume. First, I removed the felt pieces for our baseline. If we listen to the test pattern, the movement in X direction is pretty quiet and movements of the bed, so where the Y axis is involved, are significantly louder. The bed acts as a resonator, which is excited by the stepper motors and probably also the linear bearings. The maximum sound level is 67.7 decibels. Adding the felt pads also reduces the noise level significantly, and we end up with 59.6 decibels. The felt pads came delivered with the Mark II, so how can we further improve on the noise? The next significant reduction is the use of printed spring feed. Here we end up with a maximum noise level of 57.5 decibels. I used them years ago, but quickly noticed that they might not be optimal because of their springiness, on which I'll go into details in a bit.
Jeez, that
These
shakes a
pads,
lot.
consisting out of pressed together rubber pieces, are often used under washing machines for a similar purpose. Putting those under a printer, directly or under the concrete paver, results in pretty much the same levels, leaving us at around 57 decibels. Next comes the probably visually most pleasing solution, and this is the paver with thick felt feet. Here the resulting noise level was 56.5 decibels. These blocks made from foam pieces are the parts that I have been using for the last 2 years under my main machine, but are sometimes hard to find. Their noise level was pretty much the same as the last one with 56.5 decibels. I got the best results from this really soft packing foam, where we got below 56 decibels during the travel moves. And here a comparison between the best and the worst. So the soft materials provide a separation layer and prevent the vibrations from traveling from one part to the other. Different types of materials have specific properties and use cases. Rubber is well known for this application, and as a rubber mat, can be used even for heavy parts like a washing machine. For lighter 3D printers, this type is probably a bit too hard and prevents good decoupling. Rubber is on the one side springy, but also is dampening. And this is the point I really want to talk about, because spring and damper are often mixed up. A spring is a component that can store potential energy due
Bringing
to
back
its
school memories
elasticity
now.
and release it again. An ideal spring leaves the energy in the system, but can cause catastrophic resonance. A damper, on the other hand, is a device that usually absorbs kinetic energy,
Tacoma Narrows,
movement,
anybody?
and converts it into heat and radiates it away, so it takes energy out of the system. In reality, there is no pure spring and no pure damper. It is always a combination of both, and the ratio of spring stiffness and dampening ratio is essential for a dynamic system. This is quite a technical and complex topic, and in our case, it's probably sufficient to use trial and error. Still, for our application, this means that we, on the one hand, need the springy part for the vibration isolation, and on the other hand, if we don't add an additional damper, the springs can cause the
think about
whole
that bridge
printer to
going
wobble around and resonate, potentially causing problems. For this reason, the spring feed, even though they work, are maybe not the best idea to use under a printer because they only damp very little. People have been tackling that problem by using squash balls between the printer and the table with
I've heard
great
about
success,
squash balls being the
because
thing.
they merge springiness with dampening. I tried to illustrate that with a small test by dropping different types of balls and recorded how they bounce back. A hop ball is the worst in terms of damping and bounces almost all the way back, but that's also by design. The golf ball lost 24% in height. The squash ball almost didn't bounce back and lost 84% in height. I also found a juggling ball that basically doesn't bounce back at all. It's filled with beans, and the friction between the particles absorb most of the potential energy. So might this even be a better solution than a squash ball? Probably no, because as I said before, we need both the elastic behavior and the dampening component, and the beanbag misses the springy part. The squash ball seems to be a good compromise between both, with some springiness, but also lots of dampening. Rubber has dampening properties due to the internal movement of the polymer chains. Foam,
don't show
on
me
the
that.
other hand, has also some of this property, but also dissipates the energy, because when it's squished, the air inside travels through the pores and causes viscous damping. Due to the internal structure, so type of the polymer, open or closed porosity and so on, the amount of dampening can differ. Again, I set up a small test where I dropped the golf ball on different materials and recorded the energy lost after the first bounce.
Does he have a YouTube play button for 10,000 subscribers?
Reference again lost around 20% of energy. The harder and quite dense foam absorbed around 50% of energy. The rubber pad reduced the bouncing height by 64% and the soft foam sponge almost 77%. So how do all of these results correlate with our noise isolating test? Actually pretty well, because also here the soft open cell foam performed the best, though also the other solutions were not that much worse. What I want to say with that is that putting anything soft under your printer is usually beneficial, because the elastic property decouples it from the table. Also damping might additionally be useful to prevent the printer from resonating. Oh, and by the way, if you enjoy these investigations, please consider subscribing and clicking the notification bell to not miss any upcoming videos. Another interesting point I noticed in the past is that adding some flexibility under the printer can even improve your printing quality. For this reason, I chose 4 different printing bases and printed a 3D Banshee and also my ringing test on each using the same G-code. I placed the printer directly on the table with the felt pads. I used the spring feet.
Maybe he made it himself, because it doesn't look like a typical YouTube play button.
Finally, the paver on some foam.
Because it doesn't look like silver, it looks like some kind of a material.
That there are fewer ringing marks on the parts.
So he may have made it himself.
Flexible base. The parts that were printed on a rigid surface.
He is CNC Kitchen. He can make all kinds of stuff.
In the past, I have seen this even more exaggerated on my Core XY Sapphire Pro, for example, where the moving print head sits on the top and has quite some leverage for causing vibrations. The explanation that I have for the improvement in quality is that if you have a flexible base, the forces that are generated during the direction changes don't cause the frame or other motion components to deform and will cause the printer to move as a whole unit and therefore deform less. The concrete paver here again has advantages.
You get the idea.
Because it moves as
He made it himself? Okay, that's what I thought.
9 months ago I started this YouTube channel.
Yes. I just retweeted something from Corsair.
everybody, and through Cheer of the Bloody Point. So we have a new update on the test server currently that went up late last night.
Oh, did you guys know that Crowfall got rid of the chicken ticker? Do your printers use G-code for programming? Yes. That's what slicers do. Slicers, they take a 3D model and they convert it to G-code. And the printer reads the G-code.
A lot of changes in this update. It also included a wipe, so everybody is...
Oh, he's talking really low.
The population on test was...
They got rid of the chicken ticker, which was the drumsticks that was at the top right, telling you were hungry. So you no longer have to eat.
Now the source of the enchanting items is broken at the moment.
I saw that from a tweet from them that they got rid of the last. That was like one of the last survival elements of the game.
A dev gave me a few to test with. Currently, there are 2 things you can enchant.
I'm probably going to be downloading this in the next week or so to catch up, see what's going on.
Are the ones I'm going to be testing.
Yeah, I can't watch this. It's way too low. I cranked everything up and I still can't hear him. Sheesh, I wanted to know about enchanting. They just added that on the test server. I can't hear anything he's saying. Tropical Storm 2, expected to become a tropical storm in the Gulf. It begins! Say it ain't so! Oh no! It ain't come! Ugh. This one's going out to sea though. That one's expected to go north, but I don't think it's gonna form, they say? Well, actually, no. Formation do 5 days, 70%. And this one's not expected. This is the one I'm worried about. Anytime something comes off the coast of Africa, we can get hit. The Gulf ones I'm not too concerned about. And the ones off over here don't... When they do tend to come to landfall, they don't have much time to form. So, they aren't usually that strong. But these ones over here, they got weeks. They'd be like... Roar! They start growling. Would it be similar to matching G-code for like mills and lathes? Probably. What I can do is I could probably open one of the G-code files so you can look at it. Maybe you can recognize some of the code. Let's scroll past the thumbnail stuff. Here we go. So if you look at this is a G-code file for one of the prints I had. That's a thumbnail picture. But then it gets into this stuff here. And then it has a G line for the intro line, which is like a line that... Can't see. It has like an intro line that it puts in the front of the plate. And then it does this, and then... There you go. Infamous G-code. So it might be the same, I don't know. But the slicers do all the conversion. We put the model in the slicer software, tell it what we want supports, put information about temperatures and whatnot, and it converts it to all of this. Oops, wrong thing. I found some start G code that made the start line. Yeah, I need to do that too, because I still get gunk even after that little line. There's still like gunk on the nozzle. So I definitely need to do that too. Can you link that in the Discord on the general channel? Because I need to do that. Because that happened in this print. There was like a strand of like leftover filament, like going right across the middle, and I had to move it in my hand. It was just like leftover gunk from the last print. Okay, I definitely need to do that. I gotta update my firmware too. I keep putting that off. I don't even know how to update the firmware on the MK3S Plus. It might be like the Mini. I think with the Mini, I just plugged it in my computer. I don't think I used the card or the USB. I think I just plugged it in and... went from there. So is this for the Mini or the MK3S? MK3S? Okay. I'll have to study that. And integrate it with my systems. Don't talk about updating firmware. I just broke my Enderfo with the wrong firmware. Ooh! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oof. Improve the slicer, go to printing setting, custom G code, and paste that right into the start G code and then save it. You set printer settings. Yeah, printer settings. Custom G code, start G code. Okay. I'll do that for the next print. Actually, I'll just make a copy. I just call it custom. I'll change the name of the printer to something else. Okay, save as. I'll call it under long start line. Okay, I just made a printer profile for it. This is what he's talking about. Up here in the printer settings, you can do custom G code. So I just basically put all that G code in here in the start section. And excuse me, and then I save the printer as a different profile name. So yeah. Almost second, guys. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Alright, I got some soup here I gotta consume, so I'm gonna turn off my camera. I'll continue to discuss with you guys. I'll try not to slurp too loud. Try not to slurp too loud. But Buona, how are you supposed to let the cook know that you like the soup? It's not Japan, okay? It's America. We don't slurp, or else you get slapped. It's rude to slurp, okay? Okay, it's kind of hot, so I kind of got to slurp a little bit. Otherwise, I'll burn my lips. You don't want that, do you, chat? You don't want the lips to get burnt. Yeah, I'm blowing on mine too. But the spoon was still piping hot, so I had to... There was like some stuff on the spoon I was trying to get off, and it's like, oh boy, I gotta slurp it. that's the tongue burn trap. Okay, I never heard it put that way. Okay, I gotta slurp. I have no choice. That was gonna burn my tongue. Definitely. It's a trap! I'm gonna log into Final Fantasy in a little bit. We're gonna do a little crafting. And I was thinking about leveling the Black Mage a little bit. Or just go right to the Luberum. I got like 7 more runs to do. Which I can knock out tonight if I just knock it out. I want to get my Black Mage to 71. I can start working on something else to get to 71. Probably Ninja. I think Ninja I should do Ninja next. Because one of my retainers is still level 60 because of that. Because I made one of my retainers in Final Fantasy 14, I made one of my retainers a ninja class because I thought that was going to be my main. And then I stopped playing ninja. And here we are. Long story short, here we are. This is chicken noodle soup. My wife put spinach in it. I've never had this before. I'm not hating it. It's just weird. I've never had spinach in a chicken noodle soup before. I had an ex who would add kale. Okay. I believed her when she said it was a thing. I've never had it though. I stopped playing Black Mage for Summoner and Stormblood. Because I can't stand still. True. Black mage, you basically gotta just plant yourself. Oh, I love spinach. Spinach is one of my favorite greens. I love it. Spinach and just collard greens. I think those are my top two right there. I like kale too, but we don't get much of it here. I know kale is really good for you. Broccoli is good if you cut the stem well. I like broccoli too, but yeah, it's not the best for me. So is the stem that people say, because I think I heard that broccoli was a hybrid plant that had like good and bad stuff. And I love broccoli. So what you're saying is don't eat the stems. Chop them off first or don't eat them. Collard greens with black eyed peas and ham hocks. Going back, man. Taking me back. I used to love mixing collard greens with cornbread. Oh my gosh. It got to the point where I was just like run my fork through the cornbread and just like chop it up and just mix it in the greens. Oh man. Less fibrous. Some people leave the whole stem? Ew! What's wrong with those people? I don't think I've ever had broccoli like that. I've had asparagus like that. Or I've had like one part of asparagus be like a freaking pencil. That's probably why I don't like asparagus, because when I had it as a child, we always had to eat all of our food, right? We didn't leave anything behind. That's still instilled in me today. And it was like the asparagus, man. I had to eat it. It was like so hard. I was like, oh. Maybe I'll do some Baja critical engagements. Get some time warrants that way. Clean your plate, well, I'm telling you, golly. But that was like a rule. Because when we came up, we didn't have that much money. We have no money, really. I think back to what my mom and dad made and how many kids we had. I'm like, I don't know how y'all did that. It was a miracle. But in our house, you ate everything. If you didn't like it, tough. You eating it. Yeah, I remember that. We had the HelloFresh. We had the HelloFresh subscription. And I think that was the first time I really liked asparagus. Chaz, you don't know what HelloFresh is. It's one of those food services where they send you the ingredients for you to cook. It's like fresh ingredients and stuff and organic ingredients. I really miss HelloFresh. I wish we could afford it, man. I'm about to put up a goal for that. That's important. Because we were eating healthy, and my wife enjoyed cooking. It was just a little bit of prep. There's a bunch of new sites though, Dinnerly, and I've heard some other ones. Yeah, eating out has destroyed my wallet. Let's just say our bank account. Let me see. Personalize your meal plan. I'm gonna go look this up now. Number of people 2. Recipes per week. Wait, what? Oh, that's per week. Okay, I was gonna say that's way too cheap. I mean, if you compare HelloFresh to what you spend on like fast food, you're gonna save money. Three meals for 2 people at HelloFresh is $50. I might put up a monthly goal for that. Because $50 would buy me and my wife like 2 McDonald's meals. And 1 meal from Five Guys. So why does it say 25? It says $26 and it has like a... Maybe this is their 14 free meals thing. All the recipes are available for free, so you can buy your own ingredients and make their meals. That's the real hack. Yeah. My wife kept all the recipe cards. She still has them all. Because they get these really nice, like, giant printout cards of the recipes. And she kept them all. Like, for real, I'm thinking about putting up like a weekly goal for this. And have people contribute to that so my wife and I can have HelloFresh. Because this will save us so much money. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my wife about this a little bit more, and I'll look at, because Stream Elements doesn't have like a good goal system in place. It's like all tips, no matter what, go towards the goal. You can't like separate it. I might just do it anyway. But I'll talk to my wife about it, see which one we want to get. I like that. I like the 3 meals a week. But I don't know why this one is why this one is saying $26. Maybe it's honey kicking in. Homechef.com. Hey, I think thank you for the support, chat. Show some love.
We're crazy.
Oh wow, there's a honey coupon for this too, for Home Chef. Hey babe, you want to try? You want to look at that and see what you think? Because if they got a free trial, you know what I'm saying. We can, a free trial. You know, we can everybody get the meals. Be like, all right, that's enough. Tiller and Hatch. Well, layer height. This is 0.20. 0.20, 10% infill. Yeah. Man, honey's pretty cool. I finally reinstalled it. I installed it on Chrome, but then holy moly, $90 off with this coupon. It's amazing. But I installed it on Chrome, and then I switched to Brave, and I never reinstalled it. I hated gyroid infill because I feel like it shook the printer too much. My printer shakes a lot with it. That's why I'm not printing on the Mini right now. What is the default? Let's see, support. I think the default is rectilinear on Prusa Slicer. I think it's rectilinear. But we were just talking about getting a concrete paver because my MK3S is shaking the table. And it's causing I got my Mini on the same table and it's causing my Mini prints to fall over. Well, at least the one I just did, it caused it to fall over. So a concrete paver. Yeah, that's what it said. It said the window closed, but it was like $30 or $30 off the first 2 months, and then it just added up to $90. This coupon. But yeah, dude, we really miss help. That was I remember when I was telling my sister about it, I was gushing. I was like, yes, do it. It's worth. So good. I just hope they haven't gone downhill since we last used them. With HelloFresh, I mean. I imagine they became real popular during the pandemic. Whoa! Stella! Whoa!
Stella
Did we just hit the
15
goal?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
With that?
Chili Cookie.
Yes, there are. Every time I go to
Stella 15 gifted a
Instagram,
tier 1 sub to Mute Effects.
every time I go to Instagram, I got like 10 ads for them because I follow Steak on Instagram. I follow hashtag Steak. So I get all these deals for HelloFresh and Dinnerly and not deals, but advertisements. Thank you, Stella! Turn the camera back on. I'm done slurping the soup. Thank you, Star. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do 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 do. Taylor Hatch is showing plans for 4 family meals, $65 every. What? Is that legit? 65 every 4 weeks? Wait a minute. I don't understand. That seems way too cheap. Wait a minute. Is it $65 for 4 meals total? Let me try my zip code. Yeah, I'm at 4 family meals. But that's 1 meal a week. Are these the ones you just warm up in the microwave? Because there was one I saw, babe. I meant to tell you about this. There's a service where they send you, like, you know how you do meal prep and you like put them in containers? They send you these containers, all you gotta do is warm them up. And apparently they're like fresh. Like TV dinners, but fresh. So these are pre-made. Oh! So these are the ones you would just warm up. Is Valheim a good game you would recommend? Yes, Valheim is very good. And they are family size. Explore menu. Like, do they have like special diets you can do? Because I can't have chili. I can't have spicy food no more. I miss it. I did that with a local place pre-made. It was like $120 for 12 meals. Dude, that's a deal. Especially if they're big meals. If we do try, I'll let you know if it's any good. Thank you. Yeah, Valheim is a good game. We played it here for a while. My wife played a lot of it on her stream. Your plans. Pescatarian, that's just fish, right? Quick and easy. Veggie. Family friendly. Calorie smart. Oh, you cook it on the stovetop. Okay. Okay. 20 or 40 ounces of food. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Valheim, you gotta be careful with Valheim. It will quickly become your main game. Before you know it. You're like, wait a minute. I thought I was supposed to be playing this on the side. Why am I playing for 12 hours straight? I came to Valheim at a bad time though. I had just come off of Eco, and I had put like hundreds of hours into Eco over a span of like, gosh, 3 weeks. I put so much time into Eco that I was burned out. And I didn't even get Valheim the time of day. But it was fun. And we had a community server for a while, but don't know what happened to it. Wow, how are we still alive? I just knew that top group of people were going to be dead. Healers doing work. They have 4 biomes that. I hope they touch up that building system. That was frustrating at times, trying to level off land and doing stuff. Very janky building it sometimes, but then when it worked, it was beautiful. Beautiful! Oops. I just closed a main tab. Rip chat. It's gone. Beer do 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 beer 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 beer. I gotta see if some my retainers found some shades, some glasses that are worth 300,000 gil. I was so proud of them. I gotta see if they sold. I gotta undercut people. The captions for your little songs were do 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 beer 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 beer. Perfect. Well done, captions. Captions are fine. You just have to. You just have to speak clearly.
Did it sound like this? Do 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 beer 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 beer.
Yes. Thank you, Jared Blaze, for the 300 bits. Our bit counter groweth. We're at 733 bits. Do 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 beer 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 beer. Do 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 do. Call of doo doo. T. Duty. Do 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 do. Do you? Do do? Do you do do? Yep, that's another benefit of Valheim. It's a tiny game. Very small. Very small game. Very small. What do you guys think of that Guardians of the Galaxy thing? Game. I was like, eh. I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. No, it's, and I think if Marvel's Avengers were better than what it was, then I probably would be more interested. But now I don't trust Square to make a good Marvel game. Would be interesting to watch, but that's like a DMC landmine. Oh yeah, like even from the trailer, they were playing. I forgot the song they were playing in the trailer. To this day, I don't know why I didn't like Marvel's Avengers. I don't even know why. I can't articulate it. I don't know. On paper, and if you list a feature set to somebody, like, man, that sounds amazing, then you play it, I was like, I don't know why I don't like it. I don't know. But see, Kashi, I didn't even do the content that was there. I didn't even go through it all. I stopped so early. I don't know why I stopped. I wasn't a content wall. I just didn't want to play it anymore. And I don't know why. I thought I was going to love it. I actually thought I was going to love it. I really did. It didn't help that it ran like garbage on my machine too. That didn't help. Not at all. And I bought the PlayStation version and never played it. Because they wouldn't give me a refund. Because I got the PlayStation version to get in the beta early, and I tried to cancel it, and they gave me the runaround. I couldn't cancel it. I was hoping Outriders would be better. Dust the Buster, thank you so much for 37 months.
He is a man of action, of humor, and an elegant beard. Chat behold. Puana.
Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. They need to just make a good game first. So many games now are just setting up for future content and sequels. Yes. You take this away before I spill it.
I don't have hands.
Oh, okay. You telling the truth, man. They definitely, you can see pretty early on like their plans. Like somebody mentioned about Battlefield, you know, having the $70 price tag and then gonna charge for season passes. It's like, oh, you can tell where they're going with that. You can tell where that game is going. They're gonna monetize the crap out of it. Thank you. Oh, my back. I need to stretch my back. It's stiff. I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Thanks so much for watching. I'm back. Man, you guys were fighting. Proud of you. Lots of fighting in my chat. That was actually highly acceptable behavior. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dave, do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Those who are asking what am I printing, this is a Mandalorian bust. I think I still have the tab open. There. I don't think I closed it. Okay, I got a lot of windows open here. Yep, I kept it open. I'm smart. That's what it's gonna look like. It's a Mandalorian bust. Supportless, because I hurt my finger. Taking off support, so I can't handle supports today. So, Mandalorian. Support-free remix. That's what it's going to look like. Hopefully. I think that gray works well with it. I think once I'm done with this gray, I'm probably going to load the gunmetal gray that I have from... Is that Atomic or Printed Solid? I forgot which one. I have a gunmetal gray. And I have the Gentleman's Gray from Prusa. You know what? That might be a better idea. Finish off the Gentleman's Gray. The Prusa mint. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, yeah. How you guys doing today? I hope you had a great day. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We're just chatting and 3D printing at the moment. I do plan to play Final Fantasy XIV in a bit. Did I say 15? I meant 14. Final Fantasy XIV in a bit. Speaking of 15, I haven't finished that one yet. Because it wouldn't run on my computer at the time. And Lincoln even sent me a PS4 copy and I didn't play that either. It's like I didn't even want to play it or something. What is wrong with me? And thank you for the massive support today. We did hit our sub goal. We're at 40, or I'm sorry, 11. Oh, I didn't update it. 11 out of 10 on our sub goal today. I am thinking about putting up a weekly goal for like HelloFresh. Because my wife and I are talking about doing that for food. That could be like a weekly goal thing we can do. 3 meals a week. I'm all about that life. People can chip in whatever pennies they have to feed the family. Because this is my full-time job, man. This is it. Sitting here talking to you guys, producing content, giggling, printing, YouTubing, hopefully podcasting again soon. Yeah, my wife and I used to do HelloFresh when I was gainfully employed. And it was beautiful. Are we content? Are we content? Reminds me of this TikTok this TikTok girl. She goes over different English words which are very, very annoying. And she said, what was it? It was one really good one. She did building. She was like, pronounce this, now pronounce this. And she said, we're actually gonna say we're gonna building a building. We're gonna build a building. We're building a building. What was the other one? Gosh, it was so good too. Oh, it was laughter, daughter, and slaughter. She's like, pronounce this, and it was laughter. It said, now pronounce this. Why is this not slaughter? Or slap? What did she say? She said laughter, slapter. She said, why is this not slap? Why is this not slatter? Slapter, or whatever she said. And she said, what about this? Daughter. Oh man. And it was a great channel because she kept going through words that have like similar spellings but are pronounced different. And she just said, I hate English. Read, read, and read, exactly. Live, live, and so many. There's a name for that, right? Homonyms? I think it was homonyms, right? Homonyms sound the same, but are spelled different. Oh, what is it? There's a name for words that are spelled the same but sound different. Homophones, yes. Homophones are words that sound the same but different spelling. Homographs are spelled the same but different meaning. Homonyms can be either or even both. What? Wait a minute. I didn't know. Wait. Homonyms can be homophones or homographs. I think I was taught different. I think I was taught that homonyms are homophones but not homographs. Gosh, it was like 40 years ago. I don't remember this. M&M's. Delicious. All right, let's jump into the fantasies. I've been putting it off long enough. We gotta make some Gil. Oh crap. Lead, lead, and lead. What's the third one? Lead, lead. Lead like the material and lead like you led somebody. Wait, lead is LED, isn't it? Led Zeppelin. Rain, rain, and rain. Yeah, that's another one. I guess I did call them all homonyms because now I think I did call them all homonyms. Now that I think about it. I was like, what is he talking about? You did say raid. Yes, you did. I was here for it. I was here for the whole thing. I saw it. Alright, I gotta see if my stuff sold. Oh, this will be quicker. And cheaper. $100 until your download is done. Oof. Alright, let's see if I sold. Crap, they didn't sell. Not my shaded spectacles. I got undercut. All right, $2.99, $8.45. Walmart prices. Oh, these dropped to what? 39? 39.50. 500. My sound is so low. Okay. Atmosphere engage. Hey, I got a box. I got a box yesterday too. That's 2 this week. Let's open something good. What's in the box? I want some really expensive dye, please. What is it? What is it? Orange? Oh, I just sold some of that. I think it's only like 5K. Boo! Oh. Oops. Yeah, no, it's like 800. Ugh. Now I have 4 of them. It's down to 550. Ugh. You hate to see it, chat. You actually hate to see it. Alright, what am I gonna do today? La 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 that is multi-pass. Ooh, I got a bunch of trash. It's not reset. Okay. Reset's not till later. Neato. Alright, I figured out why I was dropping frames. I'm doing CPU streaming now. Ever since I was trying to doing my experimentation with Odyssey, I switched over to CPU streaming and I never switched it back. So my CPU is getting pegged a little bit. And as the words, as a result, I'm occasionally dropping below 60 in this game, which I never really do unless I do CPU streaming. So when I do GPU streaming, I never get even close to dropping frames. All right, let's hope I'm not the only healer. Please don't let me be the only healer. Every time I've been the only healer, it's been stressful. And I think I was the only healer in the group. And the only tank in the group decided the main tank. And I'm the only healer. You don't need anything from it. Oh, I gotta rank up. Oh no, I didn't know I had to rank up. Watch I drop below. Okay, we got 3 healers now. I can relax a little bit. Yeah, I'm definitely lower frames, I can tell. Yeah, it's like drop is like 56, 59, and usually it just capped at 59. It just doesn't go below it. But I'm getting little micro dips. I'm gonna get hit. God dang it! Ah, it sucks. Dun-dun-dun. This song is so hype, man. Bam, 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 bam. Hoi! Is this from 12? I need to replay 12, dude. I remember playing it and getting stuck on the same part over and over again. On the PS2. But I was loving it. But I was just stuck. Couldn't get past it. The PC version has like a speedrun feature, doesn't it? Where you can like run fast. The snapshotting on here is really weird. It's really weird. Like I think I get hit by it a lot because I don't understand it. Oh crap. Ah! Go this way! Oh, did I get hit? Oh, I barely missed that. dude. I have died so many times like this. Ooh. Probably should have healed him earlier, huh? The heck? That was weird looking. Game Rex, hit the prime, chat awesome in the. Thank you so much for the support, man. Bleh. 1H. Get close, get close, get close. Now run away. Is he following me? Okay. Oh no! I was on the edge! Crap! I thought I was against the wall! Will somebody limit break this guy already? I was making decent progress in Final Fantasy XIV and then life happened. Oh, I've been there, dude. Oh crap, don't be here, don't be here. I almost died it. Oh, he's already up. Why won't anybody limit broke? Limit broke him. They didn't want to limit broke him, chat. How many silver coins do I have? I have over 100 yet. Those are the wrong coins. Oh, I have almost 200 now. I gotta get some more gold coins. You know what? There was a time when people used... There was a time when people used to get yelled at for using limit breaks. Like, if you just use a limit break, people would love... They would just yell at you. And, I think people are a little bit squeamish to do it. Because melee limit breaks do better damage to single targets. And so people are scared to limit break because they don't want to break the rules of like their range. I don't care. Like when I get in here, I actually don't care. I'm like, limit break is up, I'm doing it. Ooh, you got access to that sweet, delicious fiber internet. Awesome, man. Good Life Things bought my first house? Say what? Congrats, man. Welcome to home ownership. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Welcome to home ownership, man. It's a nice world, but at the same time, it's... Yeah. 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 Exactly. Rip wallet. There's some expenses, boy. I'm still looking for like a good warranty, like a appliance warranty thing, because a lot of them are scams. I'm still looking for a good one, because that would take a lot of the burden off. But they want to do like $100 a month or something stupid like that. I can't afford that. I don't have Sprint. I have Verizon. That's a joke, Chad. I'm talking about Sprint, the ability, not to... Golly. They still haven't limit broke. This whole entire... There it goes! I heard it! I was like, where's the limit break, dude? Oh, he's dead. Why are y'all taking him over there? Very strange. Oh, he's getting them. Eh. Fibers, where's that, man? It's hard to go back once you have it. Like, for real. It's beautiful. I know when you first get it, your hard drive fills up because you just want to download the entire internet. I know I did. I wanted to download everything multiple times. I go to Steam and just download something because it was big. Oh, you get free Disney Plus? That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Using them lilies. Now you get your Marvel and Star Wars fix. Mandalorian first. Yeah. That's actually what we're 3D printing right now. It's a Mandalorian bust. Oh, you're all caught up? Okay. Oh, Loki, dude. I watched episode 1. That's my reaction. Ambiguous noise. Okay, dude. I just used benediction on you. Why are you almost dead? So not the droids you're looking for, sir. Where are you going? You going there? Where are you going next? You going there? Where are you going next? You're going here. Alright, I'm following you. I'll waste that. Bam, bam, bam. Falcon and Winter Soldier and WandaVision were awesome. True. Yeah, I agree with that. I really like the combat sequences in Falcon more than anything else. I need to watch a guide and know like which bomb you stand on, because I always assume it was a big bomb and then a little bomb. But then when I get to the last boss, sometimes the order is different. So I'm like, how do you know? Big bomb or little bomb? But here it's always big bomb first. I need MP. Good thing about my boyfriend maining red mage, I get the first res. That's what it was. Oh man, when me and my wife used to play together, she was white mage, I was always first. It was beautiful. She was always res me first. I'm like, yeah, yeah. Like, she would let tanks stay down. She would res me first. It was beautiful, boy. That was it back up. You missed the other one. What are you doing? Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't miss it. So I be sometimes. Just they gotta wait. They gotta wait. Where's my? There it is. Oh, I didn't tell you. I got the mount drop yesterday. The Gabriel Alpha Mark III, whatever, from Lubrium. The drop yesterday. I was like, wow. That's the first time I've gotten anything other than like a gold coin out of here. Yeah, I have two of them now. I got the one, the other one, I think from Southern Front, and I got the one from here. So now I got two of the, I like to call them the Gundam mounts. They're nice, man. I gotta tank this fight. I've been putting it off too long. I know the fight now. I should be able to tank it. Oh. Almost went the wrong way. Oh, did I walk into that? Oh my goodness, I did. This guy walked too far. Oh. I don't know why I thought it was the summon phase. Somebody please limit broke? How did I get hit with that? Boy. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Just won't limit broke, chat. It just stays. DPS are scared the limit broke. Oh. Sorry, dude. And I got beat to the punch. Yeah, that red mage LB3 is crazy. It's like suddenly light. Aziz! Light! Time for hot coal shenanigans. I always... Oh, I didn't get hit that time. I was like, I always get hit with that one. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about the Reaper LB3. I hadn't thought about that. Like, I wonder what they're gonna do. Giant sickle? This tank just keeps dying. Like, all the time. Like, every time I look up, he's dead. Is he trying to main tank or something? That could be it. He might be trying to main tank. Oh, I'm too far away again. Ah! Oh crap, I need this. I wasn't paying attention, I was trying to heal that guy. Summoner's dead again. All right, Blood Miss. Thanks for hanging out with us. Does you love what it takes to fight over aggro? I'll admit, I do that too. I definitely do that. How'd he die again? This dude going for records, man. I know, right? Got to move. Normally you would LB3 here. Normally. Oh my gosh. Am I coming Nintendo? I don't know if I'll be up. We'll see. If I'm up, I'll cover it. Oh crap. Almost went to the wrong side. What do I do with these old field notes? Can I sell them to NPCs? I don't remember if they're sellable or not. Market prohibited. Sells for 8 gil. Oh, his story. Okay. And they're talking about our DPS. Oh no! No! Probably because they're not stacking essences. And we're not like killing bosses in 5 minutes with all them buffs. Because you can speedrun this really fast. If everybody has the right buffs. But they need a limit break. The least they can do. You don't need no buffs for limit breaks. Just do it. Nah. A 1, a 2, a 3, 3. So is it small first or? I don't even know. Yeah, I need to watch a guide on that part. Like, how can you tell which one's going to blow up first on this particular sequence? There's always the big one first on the other boss. It just seems that way. Summoner's down. Oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. Ah, I was looking at chat and my clock and everything else. I deserve this. I definitely looked away from the screen. Alright, let's go rank up. Oh, don't leave. Alright. New quest in Zadnor. Okay, so next level is 15,000. Alright guys, I am falling asleep in my chair, so we're gonna call it here. I'll be posting pictures of this print up on Instagram tonight when it's done. I'm gonna take me a little nap. I'll take a little nap. I'll probably see you guys in Discord or something. I am falling asleep. I am tired. So I'll see you guys later. All right. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for being awesome. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. I don't know if I'm going to cover the Nintendo event or not, but if I do, I'll let you guys know on Discord, okay? All right. Take care of yourselves. GG's. Have a good night. I'm out of here. Good night and bye.